Okay, so I thought that I would have an intro for this, but I realized that I deleted my files, so I don't have the intro. I was gonna be like, oh yeah, let's play the intro to really introduce this outline, but yeah, no, that's gonna take too long to render again. So hello everyone. What a great start. Anyways, what has been going on in the chat? Why? And yes, William, it is very possible for you to join. I sent the invite in the stream. Tell you what, just in case. Oh wait, no, if I put it in the chat, I just have to keep reposting it. I learned from that last year. You see, this is what this is all about. You know, it's all about evolution and learning from one's mistakes. That's why we're here, and that's why the show continues. Yeah. So of course, you know, you are not banned, and let's see who else. Okay, Ghosty says messy. Apparently, I don't know if you're referring to the commentary or the video itself. Either way, I see where you're coming from. Okay, right. Let's start this off on a positive note, shall we? We made it to 4 years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Like, I can actually say that unironically now. I've been saying like 3 more years, 2 more years. No, I can legitimately say 4 more years and have it make perfect sense. At last, we got to that point. Oh, the lack of intro. I see. Well, that too. That too. Also, yeah, there we go. All right. It's about to get messy because usually with these commentaries, because I invite everyone to take part, usually there's just a bunch of people, you know, all talking at once. We end up going on for like, I think the last year's stream went on for 6 hours. So Aiden was actually kind of right to request that I premiere the video earlier than normal, and then start the commentary. Well, also earlier than normal. So I guess he also wanted to be around because he actually has work later, so he wanted to actually be involved. That would actually come in and obviously offer a lot more of his thoughts because we know that's all about Aiden. So I guess please welcome our first of today's list of guests, the one and only Aiden DeBest is not here. Yeah, I don't know. He's not around. So we have Emily and William instead.
That commentation may not be here, but it makes sense.
See, here's the thing.
Hello.
I can do segues when other people aren't interrupting like the flow, because that happens all the time on stream. So I'm actually able to like properly introduce people. And Emily's gone now. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like Aiden is not here. Also, he asked me yesterday night to react to the thing on stream. I decided not to do that for my own sanity. I just recorded my reaction to it.
Wait, you mean
Just
reaction
watching
to
the video that came up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, I swear he sent me a DM of it, but I can't find his DMs already. This is bad news.
Yeah.
There it is.
We're gonna end up repeating a bit that you've seen,
though.
William, because you did a gacha review of your own where you got up to episode 4. We're gonna be watching. Basically, what we do in these is like, you know, the remake just comes out, and you know, we watch the remake and talk over it, but we also watch the originals, which means you're gonna get to see the amazing original once again.
Might
Dear.
as well get my stream going if I could, but I can't right now. So this is gonna be a continuation kind of to my stream, where it's kind of me like just roasting Jacob.
Yes. And I honestly, I could have
Oh, Emily.
I didn't know you wanted to stream as well, because I know that you have the thing that you were gonna do in about an hour or so. It was all about.
I'm probably going to delay that because, well, I just think I'd be better off for later.
I was gonna say, yeah, it was most likely.
Yeah, I'm gonna save myself from watching the DK Country show right now, and do that later.
Hey, you know what? At least the original Mutant Girl is preferable to the DK Country show. I'll take the compliments. I'll take the backhanded compliment.
That show is a whole lot more whack than ever Mutant Girl's ever been.
All right. Also, I think Emily's mic is fixed now. I think I heard something.
Is it fixed?
I know. I just see
Okay,
my
I can hear
mic
you.
broke, bruv.
I can
Wait,
barely
I
hear
heard
you,
like
Emily.
I heard like a distant echo. Let me just turn up Emily's volume all the way.
Speak.
Oh, Prism Voice has to go. All right, sorry about that.
Alright.
Thank you for joining and thank you for the happy 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh, you were testing it on Discord.
Huh.
Wait, how can I hear you on Discord? What?
I don't even think you're on Discord, are you?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not in a call.
Huh.
That'd be
Weird.
spooky.
Maybe you should close the Discord, Emily, if you have it open.
I
Oh,
don't
the
know.
noise thing? Oh, okay. Maybe it's my
Ghost
end.
is here. Gonna say you missed
probably-
the actual premiere, but you're here now.
It's probably my end of why you're hearing echo. That's the only explanation.
I don't know. I don't hear echo, which normally means that I'm the cause of the echo, but I don't think that's happening this time.
Oh,
Yeah, you still sound very distant, but
that's
you're
okay.
around.
I
We
hear myself. Okay. What did I do?
I don't know what you did. You might want to like tweak your audio, your recording levels on like your actual computer.
That's a good question. I don't know. It doesn't.
Maybe turn your volume all the way up on your mic.
It
Get
is
close
all
to
the
you.
way up.
Okay.
Okay, we heard that at least.
Yeah, I don't know. It's coming through my Discord. Hang on.
Huh. Maybe turn your Discord just
I'll
off.
fix it.
I was gonna say, just if you close Discord, you might be able to restream my
it's-
account
it
for
was
that and set it
coming-
as
It was
default.
coming through my thing. Oh, magic!
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now I can
Okay,
hear
It
you
was
perfectly.
coming through my mic tester because it was still on.
Huh.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm turning it back down to your normal because I put you
Normal,
like
yeah.
150. You're back at 100.
All right.
Okay.
But yeah, so this is gonna be an interesting one. Also, if anyone didn't see the thing I put in the chat in the premiere, the Yungo we make episode 4 and 5, those we make. That is the last thing I'll ever be working on when it comes to gacha related stuff. Period. So, yeah.
Yeah, you guys say that for your own followers, aren't you? Because they were so confused about your latest gacha endeavor anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
why
kind of
would
just
you
been.
want to quit? I can't believe that you would want to do that at all.
Also, later on, we're going to be ruining your childhood again, Emily. So be aware of that.
No, no, don't do that again, please.
What? What
I've
happened?
already
now.
lost so
Later on,
much.
we'll do that later.
Oh.
All right.
I
mean, I don't know. We've gone through it. So we've gone through enough. It's a Night Wolf Life. We all know what your childhood was like.
Well, we still gotta watch more of the Lily Trescott stuff. So.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we'll get back to Lily Trescott. That's soon.
We'll probably do that tomorrow, if anything else.
Actually, tomorrow is probably going to be a request from Citrus Animations because she actually made a video specifically for me to feature. So it might be like another channel dive or something.
All right.
And then it's 5 years later. Then it's Mystic Hills because Mania actually contacted me after that video that I did, talking about the review of Mystic Hills and that's one of the stuff that I mentioned.
Oh, yeah,
So
right. I did hear about that, and I was like, huh.
I've got to line it up basically.
Yeah.
Sometime next week.
Yeah. All right.
So, music girl for invested in the music goes 4 years old.
Emily, who's getting a phone call?
That's my gacha audio.
Okay.
That's a good
Why do
question.
you have
I
Gacha
don't
on your phone open right now?
I don't know.
Probably should close that.
I can hear an echo, by the way, and I don't know who's that's
Probably
coming
mine.
from for once. Okay.
I know.
My
Anyone-
headphones are very close to my ears.
Okay, people in the chats, can you hear an echo at all? Because I can't.
I can't either.
I don't know. Got to make sure that the
It
video
might
is
just
not
be me.
compromised.
It's probably just me. Although I don't. Are you okay?
I would not want to hear that in echo. Can you
It's not a
imagine?
very loud
Imagine that, yeah, imagine. Not a very
It's not a
pleasant
very loud
noise.
echo. Oh yeah, let's turn our camera on. Wow. Oh my god, it's disabled. It has a sticker on it too. I thought this was gonna be
Huh.
cooler.
I'm gonna change my camera real quick to my OBS thing so I can mess around with it.
Okay. Also, apparently, Josh is saying yes to there being an echo. Yeah, I don't know why else. I'm actually not sure. What I
It
can
is
do about
very,
that.
very quiet. You would need to have your volume turned up like all the way to hear it.
I see.
Which
Yeah.
mine wasn't, but it is now.
On my end, I've got echo cancellation, so that should be as much as I can do from my end. Actually, you know what? We'll do a test. I'm gonna mute Emily and see if that makes a difference.
Well, so I'm not gonna put on my glasses. They are very uncomfortable right now.
All right. Okay. Chat, tell me. Is there an echo now?
If there isn't, it's probably my fault.
All right. Oh, good. Ghost Kitty's back.
Yay.
Is there an echo? Oh no. Okay. So yeah, it is Emily. Okay. I'm
What?
muting.
The frick is...
You're the one who just tweaked your mic settings. Maybe you
I
triggered something
didn't.
by
I just
accident.
kept
Anyway.
changing them on Discord until my thing reacted.
Hello, Havana.
Huh.
Well, if I don't know, if maybe if your audio is going into Discord and Restream, maybe there's a double input. That might be what's echoing.
It's not, because I can close Discord. Magic.
Do you
I
have,
can't hear it anymore.
Do you have the stream open as well as the Restream? I don't know.
No, I did, but I closed it when I was screwing around with the audio.
Okay. TMG Kindergarten spin-off Looney Tunes style. Of course. Who better to test the universe shattering things than BB? That's completely a joke. BB is the one who takes the integrity of it the most seriously, but also pushes the boundaries.
Hold on.
All the time. Oh yeah, I've got some Coca-Cola in a glass of Coca-Cola this time, and actually also a full platter of food. Because my mum came in, saw me like rushing to get the thumbnail and the credits and everything ready, which I still clearly failed to do anyway. I was like, "Hey, do you want some snacks?" It's like, "Yes, please, thank you." I don't have time to go down and feed myself before this inevitably starts. So yeah, shout out to my mum actually. Thank you for ensuring that I don't die again.
Hi, Jacob's mum. Thanks for making sure he isn't dead. I don't think she's watching, but yay.
No, I don't think so. No, probably not. I was gonna say she watches a few of like my regular videos, like Walking Wednesdays and stuff, but not the streams. Yeah, you kind of have those things you kind of have to be there a lot of the time for that. As in, like, watching the moment.
I'll make Little Moana in Gacha Club. Hang on.
Didn't you already make Moana's daughter? Actually, wait, is that kind of like Baby Bowser versus Bowser Jr.?
That
how they
was
exist
not
in
me.
tandem with each other.
I would do that. That sounds like something I would do, but I don't think that was me. I think that was.
I mean, Ghost Kitty. Yeah.
Oh, that was
No,
Ghost. Even that, or it was Cross.
We know what you would do, Emily. You would show the entire process of gestation. That's your style.
I don't know what gestation is.
It's pregnancy. Okay, I can't tell if Emily just slapped herself or, punched a water bottle out of rage.
Both.
Punched the water bottle into your face in rage. Okay.
Yes.
Enjoy being back on like Grown Up Monster Compendium. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, because I thought that evil people would want to be in this particular stream. But yeah.
I'm gonna make Baby Moana.
Yeah. That being said, we have been here for ages, so we haven't actually even like addressed the originals yet or anything. So considering that these things tend to run for hours with several people, whilst we're just three of us. Let's go ahead and begin. Oh yeah, last time.
Jesus Christ. Is it
which
one is this?
Oof,
Episode 4. It's the group
project.
I need
to open Discord, so if it starts echoing again, chat, please let me know.
I'm now just trying to set up something different.
Actually, I'll mute it completely.
Okay.
It should be muted anyway. But...
Havana says grass. I don't know why, but okay.
I need to touch some grass.
Yeah, I mean, I've been cooped inside. I cooped myself inside, mostly editing the video that just came out. So, yeah, I would love to touch a lot of grass.
grass.
You love grass? Yeah, me too. I miss grass. Anyway, I miss the feeling of the direct sun. It's not that bad. I have been out a few times, but yeah. Considering how close the timing was, maybe too many, but whatever. Doesn't matter, because here we are. And, you'll get to see exactly why these things, why it took so long to actually, correct the mistakes of these projects. Going back into 2019, nearly 4 years ago, because obviously this was episode 4, so it's 4 years minus 3 months ago, into the last time that I actually had all of the original cast of the Mutant Girl. Because after this point, they all started quitting, and, the voice actor curse has followed me ever since. Is it because of the sins of this video? Who knows, but we're about to find out. So, begin.
Last time.
Empress, it's been too long. I'm still confused about how you know each other. You mind explaining?
Josephine and more. So loud. Oh my days.
Okay, alright, I'll turn it down.
Thank you.
No, this can't be happening.
You know what we don't appreciate? Like, we'll talk about how much, the graphics and stuff has improved, which is a tremendous improvement. No one talks about the audio quality improvement. Like, this sounds like it came straight out of a dumpster fire. And nowadays, it's crisp.
I mean, it came straight out of Discord, so I guess that's accurate.
Not you roasting Discord like that. What did Discord ever do to you?
Oh, how much time you got? No, but yeah, so in terms of the audio, yeah, this is around the time when DJ Savix first came in to mix and master the audio. Because actually, I think it's around the time that I actually messaged him up, and I got, we got to actually talking, and somehow we end up, becoming the sound guy. His words, not mine. So there is that, but at the same time, the phrase "you can't polish a turd" does stand out here, because I think this is when he might have also been the one to suggest Craigbot. So I think, oh no, now I understand, because this part of the audio was, of course, done during the second session that we did with 2 and 3 together, which was just done through Discord call itself, which is why it's even worse than the normal quality of season 1, which is still pretty low. But at least it was salvaged by him later, because I was able to send him, all the separate tracks and everything. And yes, the time before cleaning audio. Yes, and gotta give thanks to CDogVA for really, just for actually introducing me to the concept of how to actually, noise reduce, amplify, and all that stuff myself, which meant I didn't have to rely on DJ Savix when, we eventually drifted after a few disasters in the server in 2019. Not his fault. It's just, there was a lot of people that got cleansed unintentionally. Anyway, thank you, DJ Savix, for all of the hard work. Yeah, which, by the way, he's also going to be the voice of Terry in this video. We'll get back to the voice changes and how much of an impact that left, well, later. Because again, it's still all originals for right now. Sometimes you forget one used to have 3 ponytails. Oh yeah, because you missed the stream today, so yeah. She used to have 3 ponytails. Yeah, we've every year. Anyway.
What age did Moana get her dragon tail again? I think it was 5, but I'm not actually sure.
Yeah, it was 5.
Okay, so she's now 4 in this. I'm trying to get around the dragon tail.
Well, she might not have like given herself the ponytails immediately.
No, she has something very similar, but it isn't as hideous.
Okay. Yeah, why was her hair like that? Well, because she was basically doing everything that she possibly could to draw attention away from from her dragon tail. That's the tail she really wants people not to focus on. 3 ponytails, whatever. You know, massive dragon tail, not so much. It's the same reason she also wears like bright yellow towards the top half of her body rather than the bottom. I think this might be the last time I used the old intro as well. The first gacha intro I ever made. Which, doesn't it just show this is the first gacha intro I ever made? Yeah, Drown My Sorrows, yeah. Last one by Julius Savix, there we go. See, he came in now. Oh yeah, I forgot it cut. That's when it cut out before. Okay, so this song, it was not the original song that was in here. This is the first video that got copyright claimed out of the Mutant Girls series. And so I changed it to a YouTube audio library, and then I found out what that song was, and I actually reused it for season 2, and then of course again for this remake. So it just kind of like wormed its way into the series soundtrack. And replaced Beethoven. Yeah, this is meant to be creepy. There were a few times I attempted, building up atmosphere visually in the early days. But I still did so. That's one of the advantageous things, partially out of this has over the remake, is the fact that it just takes a little bit more of its time, rather than the version that Aiden gave, where essentially it's kind of like get here as quickly as possible, which is why Sebastian, as people point out in the chat, comes out of the car with no seatbelts and no hesitation. That being said, it falls apart when you see Silas's gaping fish face while someone walks in casually into his house and does nothing in response to that. So, I had a good thing going for a while until it ruined itself. That's a running trend. Also, hello, Blue.
Dad?
You came back!
Well, I had the week off and thought that I might as well use the time. Do you mind if I lay down for a while?
Also, I've never seen Zombie Attack from Med's World, sorry about that.
Of course, I'll bring you a cup of hot chocolate, just how you like it.
So, where's my favorite sister then?
You just missed her. She's off with some classmates doing a group project of some description.
Aw, making new friends, I expect.
I think this was around the time that Silas, the Addy decided to make Silas, he unintentionally made him have an Italian accent a bit. I wasn't sure why. The reason I pointed out is because that he would eventually end up going on to actually learn Italian for himself and teach it to himself via Duolingo. So I guess he became the very thing that that he made his character here.
Well, about that.
Oh my god.
And here we go. The original ew.
It's giving 2017, okay?
That which I think kind of tracks. If people don't know the story, this the reason that this ew song was used in here, it wasn't the original choice that I had. I wrote the original episode around the same time that the By Lena Problem song was a thing, and that was something that Jay had actually made a few videos about. Well, actually, one video about. It was one of his first animations, actually, before he took everything down. And I was like, oh, this is an interesting song. What happened here? What's the story behind this? And so I got told about that. I was like, okay. And of course, my my parody-centered brain went from the Bacolina problems thing to bye-bye Morwena problems. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll write that into here. But by the time that it came to actually film the episode, it was already past, its cultural relevance, as was indicated by, once again, by Jay. So I said, well, okay, do you and Natasha have any ideas for another song? At which point they probably rubbed their hands menacingly and stroked their cats in the style of Ernst Blofeld, and decided to send me the Baby Kaylee Ew song. And considering that pop is supposed to be, massively over the top and cringy, I thought, hey, you know what? Of course she would play this song. Why not? And the rest is history. This is what happens when I try and make people happy. It backfires. Yes. Krieger. My favorite word from that song. Oh, also, oh wait, no, you've answered that question already in the chat. Never mind. Okay, now I've covered the musical aspects. Let's talk about the visuals and how none of this is layered properly. Because I mean, there's some things with gacha props where in gacha life particularly, if you tried to line them up in a certain way, they would just clip through each other. Like the laptop, for example, I couldn't be posed on the table without also falling off of the table. So I was like, okay, I guess I'll just lean it precariously against a dresser because, of course, why not use the perfectly available table that I put there for the exact reason? And also, what else? The dresser. The dresser I could have put in behind Pop. That is a thing that I could have possibly done, but I need it to be a separate layer for reasons. But I think William is back. In an interesting form. So before I address the rest of this scene, let's go ahead and invite him back in.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to go. I had to set up something stupid.
Yes.
I would say I'll pull out my PNG tuber, but that's kind of spoilers, so I can't do that. You set up.
I just rushed us out the door within like minutes because I was trying to learn the stupid thing, but I got it working now. And I like it.
Well,
now I look like my Minecraft self.
Yep, you certainly do. All right.
And I'm glad this thing actually works fine because I literally just set up this program within like 5 minutes, it feels like.
Yeah, I could try and set up my VTuber again, but
please don't.
I haven't cleared out all my
my thing was being a pain in the arse because I had to set up the renders in Blender and then I had to get the stupid things working because apparently I don't know how to render PNGs in Blender with transparency because I'm an idiot. I forgot to do RGBA instead of just RGB.
Josh, you cannot call that creepy. You haven't seen baby diseased Jacob VNG tuber.
Actually, no, he has. He has seen that.
I know,
I think
but it gives me nightmares.
Jacob is so much worse.
It gives me nightmares.
Yeah, well, Shorty likes it, so I've got the approval of another.
Well, she has interesting tastes, at least then.
They don't count.
Okay. How is William Minecraft character now? PNG tuber. That's
how. No, actually, I just transformed into this. I used a magic wand.
Oh, God.
Magic.
And imagination as well. Also, I had to set up my OBS, so it was pain, but I got it. Because virtual cam is helpful.
I hope that doesn't crash on you now.
It won't. Don't worry. I'm not recording this, so it shouldn't be bad.
Oh, is that how my VTuber works normally when I'm not streaming? That makes sense. Anyway, yes, Emily?
How old was Raina and Julius in that flashback when they were at the beach? They were 6.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna be 4 now. Screw all of you.
No!
They're all gonna be 4.
No!
Okay, I was gonna say, why did you even? What is going on, William? Why did you like?
Are you saying the interface there? I think you are.
Yeah, a little, a tiny bit.
Sorry. I'm just trying to set something stupid up in my VTuber thing.
Okay, so you sound like you were being attacked. All right, fair
Okay.
enough.
Yep. Okay. That looks worse.
And you know what? Sure, if you know, I mean, I'm glad to try
Jacob,
that.
I want to go
program. I can send you
home.
the
William's scaring
Okay.
me.
If you want to do that, Christy, I'll send you the original VRM model, so you don't have to like build
okay.
the whole thing from scratch.
You know, I'm actually not going to do that. That looks bad.
Your time is
Okay.
precious as well, considering that you're also doing once a compendium. So, all right, let's get back to the cringe or the Krieg.
What the?
The song.
Guys, could you help just a little bit, please?
Yeah, that's the part that I really miss from this. Is the fact that I lined up the song with Pop going, and I look like a genius. That's my favorite part of this, of the original.
Not funny. You two need to pull your weight with this project.
Who do you think you are talking?
Yeah, Moana falls like she's on the moon. Of course he does.
No
Doing
side
like
effects,
that.
of course.
I invite you into my luxury
Pop has very, very soft carpets.
at home. Play some quality music for you, and this is your attitude.
This
Now,
makes me appreciate
either
the
keep
current voice
working
actors
on
so
the
much.
project, or go shed your skills and fail.
This is the creator of Pop. This is the person who like made the character.
I don't care.
Yeah, like I also prefer Miller's interpretation of the character, but at the same time, whenever I do a Pop impression, this is the voice that I always end up doing the impression of for whatever reason.
Failed assignment.
That's easier to do an
Well,
impression of.
Yeah.
Little.
Okay, hold on. I did swallow.
Okay.
Right. So, okay, first of all, things that I like. Because I said before that I had to have that dresser on a separate layer. And that was because I knew that it was going to end up being smashed like this. And, you know, considering that I don't remember anyone actually having... I had no template for how someone like break a gacha prop or anything. They were barely even able to be moved around at all. So I thought to myself, okay, well, I'm just going to put this on a green layer and in Snipping Tool, say 4 separate images of it being chipped. So honestly, I think that I do like that solution that I came up with, considering that I knew basically like nothing at all.
Yeah.
Okay, now things that I don't like. Why is the shadow still there? The back of the thing is blue for some reason. I could have just made that brown and say there was like the extra bit of the wood on the other side. I couldn't make the layers that way. And I also
now you're just roasting
instead
yourself.
of yes, well, I mean that's kind
That
of
is
the
the
point. Yeah,
point.
but
I thought I was supposed to be the one doing the roasting here.
look, the person who's going to know the most mistakes. You know how we're all our worst critics. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
like,
just you. You're the worst critic of yourself.
Yeah, and the other thing
Well, that's
is
self-deprecation.
that I instead of having the thing like smash and then like and fall on screen, which I'm pretty sure even back then I could have done semi-decently, I just decided, nah, you know what? Just cut to it already being on the floor whilst the smash sound is also still happening, and just imagine how it faded through Pop because it was clearly facing actually no, wait a minute, that could have fallen down that way. I don't know. The base definitely would not have done. Just want the remake is same still.
Yeah.
And yes, animation. Oh wait, sorry, you're talking about you helped me with the animation tools. Yes, that's true. That's I learned how to use Fire Alpaca specifically when I was remaking this scene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
I did notice it looks a lot better. Maybe you could start
Yeah.
learning how to do animation now, Jacob.
that was my first ever gacha animation. There you go. Well, I mean, by those traditional
Technicality.
definitions anyway.
Yeah,
I was gonna say technically like everything really is gacha animations, considering with everything to do with keyframes, animated poses, and all that stuff. But yeah, these videos used to be marketed as gacha animations in the first place because that was just
until Rosie Closey came in and just yeeted.
Well, yeah, that was the term that was more appealing. You know, if I'd known that the voice acting side was going to get more attention, I definitely would have marketed them in a slightly different manner. That's one of my that's my second biggest regret with the Mutant Girl. The first one is not giving it its own individual channel back in the day because I thought, oh hey, I'll put this on my regular channel and work my way into it, not knowing that it would take a month to make every video, so I couldn't make the transition, or the gacha videos would be buried, apart from the ones who are watching them much more loyally anyway. So yeah, if anyone wants to make gacha stuff, I suggest separate channel if you're starting out, or if it's just your first channel, then just do it on that. That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
That was my call.
Kind of like what William Massey was going to do originally with Williama's Gacha as the channel, rather than have it on the main channel. But either way.
You'll pay for that.
Oh yeah, that was Magogany. Good, yeah.
Magogany.
So many things changed.
It's giving more wiener.
Yeah, that thing. Why?
Yeah. Here's the difference between voice actors mispronouncing names nowadays versus back then. Nowadays, it's because there's always a few people who don't send in their lines on time, so I don't get to the scene in time. So by the time that I actually have all the voice lines there, and I realize there's a mistake, I actually can't get them back in time to do a re-record in case something goes wrong. So Phantom, the new voice of Julius, still thinks to this day that is how you say Mowena's name.
Oh my god.
And also Raina, but we'll get to that.
Raina.
Raina, that's just okay.
It's more interesting considering that Ray is a very commonly spelled name nowadays, and in everything. But but back then, the reason the voice actors would mispronounce stuff because I was directing them on Craig itself as well, our first Craig session. Yeah, it was simply because they would just keep on repeating the same thing over and over and not listening to me. Like I went over like the reference that this was, this is a Hunger Games reference, by the way. There's a line in the Hunger Games where I'm pretty sure it's either Katniss or Peter like stabs the table with a fork on the train, and Effie Trinket goes, "That was mahogany," or that is mahogany is the thing, but yeah. So
whenever I think of trains now, I just think of the stupid choo-choo troll thing. For some reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Which
interesting. But either way, so that was the reference, and that was, and it still makes sense here. Mahogany, expensive material, pop, spoiled brats. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, but even then, despite that, I still got that was mahogany every time. Jay notoriously would just repeat the same line over and over in the exact same way, and there was no way that I could actually properly clarify I tried phrasing things like very differently a bunch of times, but particularly this episode, you'll see there's a few limitations to his acting at this point. People mispronouncing things gives you visceral joy. Well, I guess you really like.
It just gives me annoyance. It just gives me so much annoyance.
What? Do you not like how Melissa says "afmao" in season 3? or of course the more famous example, Groth.
Oh my god, my eardrums, bro. Ew.
In the meantime, I'm just setting up more states of my V2 with things, so obviously stupid.
Yeah, I like to imagine that Afmal went through a similar thing that I did at that point and couldn't, considering like how season 6, it was always it's like a huge chore to get those things out on time anyway.
Yeah, because they have like full animated
whatever.
I feel pity for all the animators and people who had to work on season 6 of how tense it was to get it out in time.
Yeah, there was like one animator for most of it, honestly.
Which is one of the guys working Fallen Kingdom, so I give him even more respect.
Oh, okay.
I'm not even joking. He actually worked on the later entries of the Fallen Kingdom series. I did my research on him.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Fanboy.
Right.
Yeah. Now, all I'm gonna think of whenever I see like the the Lucinda and Caitlyn fight scene is "Take back the night."
When I see that, I just think, well, I'll find the pieces because I think that's the one he started work on first.
Oh, okay, all right then.
He didn't work on the originals because that was mostly Captain Sparkles and Bootstrap Buckaroo. Who actually, yeah, Captain Sparkles was an animator on those ones, so
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm pretty sure they're sung by Try Hard Ninja.
But Cry
Okay.
Ninja isn't an animator, is more of a song maker.
Well, there you go. But I'm pretty sure he did the singing himself as well. Either way.
Yeah,
Literally.
he didn't do
Hey,
the production. That
you
was
only
his friend.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no, I went back by accident.
Oh!
Oh no. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Mahogany.
Mahogany. We got back.
Pay for that. Literally. Pay. You
The other reference I could have made here is King Yemma from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. It's
Oh,
made of
goodness.
mahogany. Mahogany. But yeah. Either way.
owe me $500.
Why?
There's no way that cost you
Why are they
$500.
talking so fast? I can't. It makes
In the
it makes
original,
it sound
in the
weird.
original, they're talking much more slower than the remake, in my opinion. They were talking way more fast than that remake.
Yeah, I'll
No,
I'll
but
be
the way
honest.
she's going, that was mahogany. That's $500. Pay, literally pay. I can't.
Okay.
I can give it with it
okay.
more in the remake, not in the remake, in the
Part-
original than the remake.
Yeah, part of the blame for the speed of dialogue here lies on me, because the reason that a lot of them go super fast like that is because they're trying to get through the complicated wording as quickly as possible. I mean, this one isn't really an example of that, but sometimes there's a few like long paragraphs or something, and people tended to really, especially Jay and Natasha, they hated those end speeches at the end of the season. But it was like, I insisted we're going to get these right at least. These lines we're going to at least get through once. But yeah, sometimes it was just the case of like, okay, I don't want to say this line. Blah, 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 done. And now, of course, that, the standard has increased, thank goodness.
Silence, Marwick. Whose side are you on anyway? And you finish up the project, and I'll knock down the fee to 400. Capiche?
Okay.
Yeah. Silence, Marwick, and also you. I'm pointing at the same person as before because this is Gacha Life.
Okay.
Yeah, one of my favorite
Totally
differences
how that
of Gacha
works.
Club. Different, tilting heads, different poses for pointing, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives more expression.
Hmm.
Unlike that.
Okay, so the person laughing right there is Maya. That's not Jay doing the laughter, because Jay laughing sounds like a duck being strangled. And there's no way I can make that natural.
What?
Yeah, no, I
What?
swear, his legitimate laugh was something like this. Was like,
Why? Just
I don't know
why? Okay.
That was a
I-
violation.
To be fair, I've made worse laughs than that.
I never understood that. It's like Jay and Natasha, they were joint package, but the thing is that while one of them, couldn't laugh, the other one couldn't stop laughing, which actually really did help with this scene later. But this part, I actually had to.
I'm leaving the frame.
outsource laughter. I've never had to do that ever since. Thank goodness.
Okay.
You
Bye.
love the outfit? Oh, actually, well, if you like the outfit is also thanks to Jay, because there was a video that he did showcasing a few gacha outfits. And I was like, well, you know what? I want to vary things up a little bit, considering that this is gacha's marked as a dress up game, so of course I have to dress them up differently. At least a few of them anyway.
This is my favorite
and I picked a
outfit
few outfits
that
from there.
Moana ever wears.
Oh, fair enough. It's Aiden's least favorite.
What?
Mostly
Aiden
because
doesn't
it's-
have
because it-
any design. No, Aiden doesn't have any design taste. He shushes.
He
doesn't-
does crap.
It's mainly because of the behind the scenes stuff with having to deal with chroma key, with green.
Yeah.
Also because this particular era, he doesn't have the plausible deniability of like the later season outfits, which is also yellow. Before I go back to the first one to wrap up season 1, yeah, it's like there's one scene in the remake of episode 1 that was done by Monet where she used the wrong version, but because it was just a similar enough outfit, no one really noticed anyway. until the commentary when I pointed it out. But that's
Oof,
what happens.
Okay. I don't even think I saw that one, which I don't even know what you're talking about from there. So I think that's actually good on me. I haven't even noticed.
Yeah, there you go.
Gripe I have with this outfit
Unlike the
is
sudden voice change.
is a personal grudge called Aiden made me do a thumbnail for Running With You, and it was the collab episode, and he gave me the wrong outfit. This was not the first time I'd had to do that in Running With You. The second episode and the fourth episode had the same issue. Gave me the wrong code, which means I then had to crop the original Moana out and put this outfit one back in.
I think this is the reason that he hates that outfit so much. Because
William,
again, if you get that one outfit wrong, it stands out.
my eardrums, my volume's turned up to like 90% on my headphones. My ears are bleeding.
Maybe turn them down.
No, because then I can't hear Jacob for some goddamn reason.
Okay, you know what? I'll
loud and Jacob's like normal level.
Okay, I will reduce William's volume then. He's now on 73.
You sound
There we
louder
go.
than my freaking class. And they're full of crack.
Can imagine. And yes, hashtag modest ears. Rip headphone users, including both of us. Yes.
Are you a seagull? Calm your bloody horses before you go screeching down grabbing people's ice cream.
There's so many animals being strangled today.
I'm done
animals
now.
in a minute.
I'm no longer here.
Apparently
where
not.
did William go? I'm so devastated.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, no one saw that. Oh no.
My
There he is.
Oh, damn it, my eardrums are having some peace.
Oh no. I need to change my hotkey again.
Meh.
Okay, normal duck.
Okay,
That's
let's
standard William.
continue.
Yes, please.
Pop, can we get some more of that lemonade you brought up?
Yeah, sure. I'm getting a bit thirsty, anyways.
She never brought it up at any mention before the scene, so it's seen off screen.
You know
Something you
what,
mentioned like several times.
Miller, you're
We
so
only mentioned it at this point.
underappreciated. Please never leave. I will cry.
Who?
Miller, please don't ever leave. I don't know if you're watching this. Just never leave, please. I love you so much. Just never leave, please. I don't even know you that well, but just never leave.
What?
Hey, I had to just I had to clip the timestamp of this stream right now just to just so I can send like the clipped version to Miller later for that.
For what? The scream I did?
No.
No. Emily's compliment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See that's the thing.
Compliment. That was what me begging.
Yeah.
I was like, if we said the clip of me just screaming like that, did you
Yeah.
want to make it go deaf? No.
Top 80 times William
No.
screamed within one stream.
Yeah.
It's
No,
giving
it's,
the ABC book.
Yeah, here's a drinking game. Every time that William screams on stream, take a sip. Don't take a shot because you'll be dead. Take a sip. Okay.
Who wants to get
And,
drunk drunk?
just
Go
great right
take
now,
a
thank
shot
you.
every time William
Gotcha,
screams.
right.
All right, but yeah, we'll send.
Let's
Yeah,
continue.
Miller will definitely appreciate that. The thing about Miller actually is that well, I mean, unsurprising, she is nothing like the character that she plays. That's the thing. It's like adds to that because like when you actually talk to her like outside of recording, she's actually just like one of the sweetest human beings ever, which just adds a whole extra layer of how impressive it is that she can pull off that particular character. All right.
How are you getting on with things?
Like you care.
If you need me to do anything,
Really? Well, I could use some help with the dialogue. I have all the stage directions complete.
all right, scooch over. Never mind, I'll stand.
Okay, so I got us starting with some pre-recorded narration, which I've already written out. Then I skip forward to Medusa and Poseidon, already in Athena's temple.
How about we start off with Medusa? I wooed thee with all my passion, as wildly as the sea itself, upon which
Does
I
Warwick
reign.
have a pink
Wow,
tint in
that's
his
pretty
hair?
poetic.
What was that? Sorry,
Does
What?
Warwick have a pink tint in his hair?
I don't,
I don't see
think
it.
so.
I do.
Oh, okay. No, I see. I know what you mean. It's not supposed to.
Maybe just on your end.
No,
No.
I see.
It's-
I see it too.
Oh yeah, I see it. Maybe that's a chroma keying problem. Maybe his hair's going transparent.
Trust me, I know my colors.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
that
I don't,
is
I don't,
hot pink with a brown. That's a hot pink fade. That's.
Hmm.
What
Yeah,
are you
I don't know.
doing, William?
Don't ask. Continue.
God, it's like. Do you remember that one that one clip that circulated for a while of me interrupting my train of thought while William was, I don't know, beating up his keyboard or something. I just stop what I'm saying. It's like, William, what are you doing?
That wasn't the Guardian to me, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just slamming my face against my desk or whatever, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think
that would just be suffering.
Yeah, I can't remember who clipped that and then sent it to me afterwards.
It was not me,
Yeah.
I can guarantee that.
I'm making this into a YouTube short. Gonna
Oh,
farm
no.
y'all for views in a minute.
No!
I was gonna say.
Not again!
I was gonna say I can't wait till people like start making compilations of me because, good grief, there's so many moments in these streams that just like fly by so quickly unless they're preserved.
The dead
What
parents
the-
are quaking.
Well,
Yeah,
they'll
exactly.
usually
Like if
convert them
if
to
we
stream,
hadn't
they
if we hadn't made that into that into a thing, or actually if Gacha Spring Boy hadn't done that first, then it would have just been lost to time. But yeah, ABC, your parents are dead. Coming soon to a bookstore near you.
Hey, you can't beat the classic style. Lots of classics are still relevant to today as ever they were originally.
Oh, in
Very
which
true.
case, how about we write, "Oh, Poseidon, Lord of the Sea, how I have longed for thy embrace, dragging me down into the watery world, landwalkers know not. Show me the depth of thy domain, as thou hast show me the depth of thy passion."
How was that? Thou hath. Because that's how you say it, isn't it?
No!
Taking a sip.
You know what? You know what, Nova? This one's be. Please don't leave. Please don't leave.
No,
Please.
please don't. No.
Please. I love you, Nova. Please, you're my precious 8-year-old. No one's gonna get that until later on. But you're my favorite.
I can imagine what that's from.
I don't hate you anymore. I promise. I'll give you all the magic sticks you want again. Just please don't leave.
I want the magic
Harry
stick.
Potter.
I was thinking Dragon Ball, the big green dub. I want the magic
I thought some of the
stick.
cast members would be here, but no, it's just us, the editors.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to everyone.
Huh.
I mean,
Dead.
yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised Aiden and I did it because, he's Aiden. What do you think?
Yeah, Aiden
Aiden's
was
dead.
the reason that I started before, and now I'm like almost at the point where I normally start streaming.
It's giving a
And-
Minecraft Adventures recording.
God
Oh.
damn it, not that stupid thing again. Because I don't know what happened to that. Like, he hasn't contacted me about that in ages.
It's got not the episode that we last recorded has not even come out.
Yeah, I think he's just canceled that beyond redemption at this point.
I don't know. Yeah,
Honestly.
I posted episode 10 of my perspective, thinking that he was going to post his on the same day that never came out, and then it was like, oh, well, I guess we're going to leave that.
I don't think
Huh.
he'd want to go anyway because there may
To
or
be
may
fair,
not be a bunch
Drama
of.
Club has the same fate.
Oh, well, at least we always have Drama Club. Oh, no.
Well, no.
And that's God as well.
Oh,
Which-
don't worry, guys. Oh, don't worry, guys. We have Wisteria. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Yep, you only did 2 streams. Of
I
that.
saw the server got open for that
did.
that earlier, but But yeah, I was like, I need to finish this scene, but I want to do some Wisteria. I want to vary up my streams again, but no.
Well,
I have to. In fact, it was this scene in the remake that was keeping me for like 3 weeks.
oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, we'll talk more about that when we actually when we get to the remake portion.
I'm partially to blame for that, by the way.
Yeah, that whole like I look a genius thing I mentioned before. The reason that's not in the original is because the voice, the audio lines didn't line up once William sent me that export. That's all I'll say for now. We'll swing back to that eventually.
We'll go ahead and roast myself later on.
And yeah, you always end up drawing something at these streams. Yeah, I just kind of expect that to happen usually. I tend to show them in the overlay as well. So
I end up designing. I've made like 3 children already.
Oh boy.
Of course.
I'll have you know they are adorable.
Mm-hmm.
It's forbidden.
Kiss me, you fool!
One thing I'll say here, again, this is thanks to switching over to Craig, because Craig can record everyone's audio tracks separately, which means that I was able to take audio from the bloopers of both of these two breaking character at different times and just putting them over top each other, and that became genuine laughter. Far easier than outsourcing to a different actress to pull off a laughter of one character. Yeah, Jay laughs too much.
What in the world? You get out of here
and the lemonade's gone.
Yeah, this is like, well, yeah, actually, because that particular gacha life pose doesn't support the holding of props, and that's the only reason the lemonade is gone in that scene.
Consistency, never heard of her.
I don't think you guys ever used the disappearing sleeves, but they were my one of my favorites, especially for men. And you couldn't put them in certain poses because the sleeves would disappear and change and switch sides. And it made me want to cry my eyes out.
Yeah.
Because they were the
thing.
favorite, but they just kept disappearing.
Consistency, never heard of her.
Oh, that was just the whole point of those sleeves, I swear, to torment people.
Hey, this is not as bad as those sleeves that were mismatched on purpose, you know?
Yeah, those are the sleeves. They kept disappearing and switching
sides. What on earth is this? Someone explain to me why this is fashion to anyone.
It was those
why is
sleeves.
this appealing?
It was appealing, okay? Especially, it was
like
appealing
a character
with the
point
bad
to someone. It's like,
boys.
you there. I'm pointing at you.
It was appealing with the bad boys and the bad girls, and I loved using them for just normal men because I didn't know what else to put them in. So
I don't follow your societal rules. My clothing is only for purpose.
And I could never use the half down sleeve because they kept switching sides, disappearing, or they kept changing to both being up or both being down, and I wanted to scream at them.
Good. They're my least favorite gacha trope, but more clothing trope. They're behind eye patches. It will always be eye patches, but you know they're a close.
Always the stupid eye patches are the worst.
Nobody look at my old OCs.
We are. It's a Nightwolf Life is a full thing. We're gonna eventually
watching that as we speak. So
no, we don't need to actually. Just don't look at me.
We request us to not watch anymore, just like Guts we did with that.
We can look at my current one. As much as I hate it, we can look at my current one. Just don't touch the older one again. We don't need to.
It's a Nightwolf
Actually, yes,
Life.
we do. We need to make fun of you for
no,
days.
no, we don't actually.
You know what? You know, one of the silver linings of how long it takes to make these Mutant Girl episodes is the fact that now I don't have as many cringy gacha videos to look back on. Is you know, there's a lot compressed into these few minutes, but at least it's only a few minutes. You know what I mean?
You did not mean to do that. No.
And yes, we've already gone over Ulrich's eye patch. You've explained it's appropriate for the story. I understand. And you also he wasn't made in gacha, so he gets a bit of a pass. Anyways, back to this. Before we move on, my least favorite delivery of Actually, hold on. Let me just go back. Yeah. Disappearing lemonade. But get ready for my least favorite delivery of any line in anything musical.
What in the world? You get out of here now.
So it was
So
it was supposed to be, what in
Monotone
the
man
world?
act.
You get out of here now. She's outraged. She's seeing her friend, Pop as a character controls her friendship group because that's what she feels like, gives her purpose and influence and, a raison
This is
d'etre.
why
So
in any audition video I make, I say, don't sound like Monotone Man, or someone like this will happen.
yeah. And and so when she sees Malwick even slightly enjoying the company of someone who she has deemed,
The
that
worst.
as like far lesser than herself, like lesser than like even the people she already thinks are lesser, which is just everyone, then yeah, that really breaks her. So that's why she goes into a rage and breaks her own chair as a result of throwing one on the ground. But yeah, this is again back in the day when sometimes when you direct certain voice actors and they just wouldn't change the delivery no matter what you told them. Because I remember I was there for, I'll be like, it's what in the world? You get out of here now. Okay, let me do it again.
Okay.
What in the world? You get out of here now. No, stop it. Stop. Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it.
Eventually I had to concede because we were there for like an hour and a half. So
oh god.
Yeah. Not doing just that one line. But it was getting to the point where it was like, I just gotta move on. I just gotta have this line in here. Oh god. Yeah. Never understood this part. Is Pop mad because Malwick and Mo were laughing and hang out? Yes. That is exactly why she's mad.
Shoot. I did not mean to do
I'm
that.
gonna write Pop Angst one day.
No.
Isn't that just the canon? I'm pretty sure Pop Angst is just Pop. Right?
No, I want to make her like sympathizable, but not to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I did this because my parents don't pay attention to me. I want like, like good
so
angst.
basically,
I'm
the one
gonna
girl
write
from
good
Rhapsody
angst.
Street Kids.
Yeah.
What? I don't understand.
I mean, if I had to compare Pop to anyone, I would probably say, well, actually, there's a character in Witch called Uriah that she kind of replaced when Jay asked me to put Pop and Empress in the series in the first place. But no, as a character, I would probably say, the chat's gonna have reactions to this. Draco Malfoy.
Ah! Why?
Yeah, oh,
Why?
there's a sip again. because she's been brought up under the belief that she is superior to everyone else, that she was just born this way, super perfect and everything, and anyone who's remotely different to her, or
they get punched in the face.
Yes, well, they get punched in the face. They end up owing her $500. All of those things. They get pushed on the floor. They get called freak show. Basically, all of that. So, yeah, if all those people keep on trying to defend Draco Malfoy to me, just remember, Draco shares a lot with Pop. Let that sink in.
Yeah, you made a big mistake if that's the case.
You know what's awkward is I hate Draco Malfoy. Like, I don't hate him. That's a strong word. I dislike him, but I like Pop. Like, there's a very strange liking to Pop. So I like her more than I like Julius and Rena.
I just hate Pop with a 10-foot pole.
I do not. I
murder her. I'm like,
quite like her.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like, yeah, most people I've talked to. In fact, I remember even back in the day, people said that they wanted to punch Pop in the face. I was like,
yeah,
yes!
at least
I would happily punch her in the face.
Murder her and all the current things.
Mm-hmm.
I would happily
Aiden's
punch her in the
I
face.
say
I
that-
just do like her.
I feel like Aiden is the one person who goes a bit too far with the hatred of Pop, who just straight up wants to murder her.
Yeah, well, there was that one scene in season 2 when he did hijack the script at one point and decided to be like, someone comes in and shoots Pop.
Why?
I also took as like a sign of satisfaction. Really, I didn't leave it in, obviously.
Is that
But,
is that is so is that still
Deleted scene
archived
of the
somewhere?
mutant girl. You heard it here, folks. Deleted scene, alternate ending.
Is that still archived? Because I want to see if that's archived still.
there might be like an old version, like you know how Google Docs keeps different like
Yeah.
saves or something like that.
Mhm.
There's a possibility it might be in there, but at this point that would have been like in 2020 or something. So
Oof. It'd be hard to find.
yeah, I was
Don't
gonna-
try me. I know how to backlog things.
but yeah, speaking of deleted scenes, we'll get to that because some people I said this in the stream today, but there was a deleted scene that didn't make it into episode 5, which
can't- never mind.
kind of ruined a lot of plans that I had for the show.
Hmm.
Not being there, I mean. And the reason it wasn't in there was because I couldn't get Pete's original VA to record. This was before I had like any backups or anything.
Yeah.
And it might have been just before BB joined. 'Cause originally she was just the substitute for anyone who wasn't there during directing sessions. But then eventually it was like, hang on a second, you've been voicing Pete a bunch. Just be Pete. But yeah, that came later. So that's why that scene never made it, and it ruins a lot of the plans. People keep asking me, "Oh, why doesn't Pete get enough screen time?" That is why. That scene missing, like they just nipped any the development that I had for Pete's character in the bud for the longest time.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm kind of loving these directing commentaries. Yeah, we'll get round to that scene eventually. I'm not
Now
just saying
this
like
sounds
the
like there's
meaning
a war
behind it.
going on outside of my house. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I need to quick check something.
Hey, well, I mean, I am the director of the Mutant Girl, so I guess that works too, director commentaries. I like how Williams PNGG believes whenever he does. Anyway.
And now
Another probably a sharp cut, and the chair appears, there's like a second
Beautiful.
after everything else. Again, I appreciate the fact that I bothered to snip it into 4 different images.
And I'm back.
But yeah, that being said, could have definitely synced that up way better, or at least again, keyframed it at all. They all start in like roughly the same area, so I could like they're all saved in the same resolution. I don't know why I didn't do that.
my chair too? How could you? Leave now.
Oh yeah, before I start using face shadows or
My
anything.
face.
Got like like again going
Hold on.
yeah.
I saw a thing.
You talked about that fact that the keyframe has to sync over.
Like
What-
at least one thing you could have done at the very least, you could have like moved the things so that it didn't show for like those few frames on the timeline. Like when I was
There are
moving
several
back.
there are several things I could have done. Cut it out in the export.
Yeah.
Probably, but just use a different layer. That checked it beforehand and just I just removed the prep section beforehand. I think by this
Or
point I was
better
struggling
yet,
to do.
Here's
I was
the best
struggling with the
route ever.
concept of like how it was always there's one. The way that I
Here's the
would
best
look at
option.
frames has changed because I know that when you look at one
Yeah.
frame, at the end, it's not like you're looking at the end part,
Ooh.
you're looking at the beginning part of the next bit, which means if you sync up something and you then move it over, it's going to just whiz past you like that.
Here's my opinion and my best solution to this. Just make the scene outside the house a different scene so that problem doesn't happen. And that's what we did in the remake.
Oh yeah, because this is before I even split this up into scenes. I didn't used to split these the sections up. I didn't split the video into individual scenes, any episodes, until I
Yeah.
started getting other editors involved, because obviously I had to put a distinction between them. Where it was just me
Yeah.
editing everything. I thought, oh well,
There's
why
one thing
bother
I can
with
bring.
going through different scenes like this?
Here's one
Until
thing
I
can
realized
bring
like how
animation
useful it
into
was.
quick from this. When I was starting animation, I did not, for like my first like 3 projects I did, actually 4 probably, I never ever split the scenes up. Like I never split the scenes up, so I just had all my projects in one project file.
Hmm.
Until more recently when I started doing that just for my own sanity and make sure it doesn't lag my computer out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Them all being one project and me only doing one export is also the reason there's way fewer camera angles in here.
Yeah.
Because
and
like
the
I do a lot more panning, close-ups, as many different types of shots I can get away with on a 2D plane.
Yeah, because
yeah,
if you were trying to do that all on the main project, it'd just be pain. It'd almost be impossible to get it looking right because of how it'd be done there. In comparison to just inputting it in a separate project, doing the camera angles in a separate thing. That is easier to do.
It's one of the things that I keep telling people when I notice it. Is that I've been mentioning it since Criminal Minds, actually, where people will do zoom ins, but they'll do zoom ins of all the different layers and try to match them up. But of course, they don't match them up correctly, so they zoom in at different speeds.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot happen as well.
Yeah. That's why, I say, export that down first and then do those things. I now save a lot of things as having no angles, and then do and then actually sometimes I'll just put the no angles in and just do a full project export there. That's fine, because actually I'm going to transition them anyway. So what's the point? But even so, I still have an original export to begin with. That's important.
All right, let's continue on now.
Yeah, if people wonder why my storage is always so full. That's probably why.
Going on for a while. It's already 1 hour into the stream.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think we'd be going on for longer already, but not, surprisingly. Maybe because Aiden is not here.
Or BB.
They're the ones who always extend the stream out like 10 years.
Now you're probably wondering what happened with the aspect ratio there. So am I. Moving on.
The aspect ratio is always going to be a bit...
Is everything alright?
Yeah.
No.
No, it's
The
not.
frick is that
I can tell
crying?
Yeah. No, Natasha's great at the at all the happy and comedic moments, and actually with Morwenna, surprisingly pulled off decent dramatic performances a lot of the time. But fake crying was, I mean, that's difficult in general to do.
Fake
honestly,
crying
so
is always the worst to do.
Is it? I find
Yes!
it the easiest.
Yeah, I think some people find fake crying more difficult, or fake laughing. For
See,
me, it is fake crying, because fake laughing I can actually do pretty well.
I find anger and hatred harder. Like, when you have to yell at people, I find
find that the easiest thing to do.
I
I literally do that on a daily basis. It's the
my eardrums, please.
Yeah, there you go. Just channel
wearing glasses.
hatred from. Channel your anger and hatred at your ears being assaulted.
That's easier to channel than trying into. Don't
feel your anger. Feel your anger and remember the sounds of screaming. Good, Emily. Good.
No.
Your path to the dark side is complete.
I want to be on the dark side.
Well, there's
Well,
your
too bad.
crying. Yeah.
Well, too bad. You're going to the
No, that was awful. That was really screenless. Like screenless.
I know. It's like cartoon.
No, hang on. Give me a minute.
I was gonna say, I can do like cartoony fake crying, definitely.
I can do I can't do it with my face. I can do it with my voice, which means sometimes I'll just go underneath a blanket and start fake crying to scare my friends.
Okay.
Yeah. I've done fake crying in voice acting before, actually, in running with you, but to very good
fake crying is
success.
one of the most embarrassing things to do with voice acting, I think.
I was gonna say Aiden was happy with it, so
that was your point for hiring me. Like when you did the video on the casting roles, your main thing for getting Eliza was because I could fake cry.
Oof.
There you go.
Also, sorry if my background just winds up very slowly.
Yeah, what is okay? It looks like you're being engulfed by a red tsunami.
Everyone say goodbye to William. He doesn't have much long left.
No.
The red plague is coming for him.
No. Okay, I'm good.
Oh dear.
Crap, he's immune, Jacob. It didn't work. Our assassination plan has gone to rocket.
Oh no.
Nothing at all, Will. Just don't. Just go to sleep.
Okay.
Fake fear apparently is tough
Oh
in
my
this
gosh,
case.
don't
Okay.
get me started on fake fear. That's like
Fake anything is really hard.
Yeah, it's interesting how like we all like have different balances of what things we can pull off. I don't know. Interesting. But yeah, moving on. Geneva is detecting in Moena's voice
I
that
hate
that
Geneva's
she's been
outfit.
crying or fake crying.
The brown does not match with those. The color shift within the blues is done quite nicely. The jacket's clipping through the skirt. I will
Yeah.
jump off a bridge before I let my characters ever do that. That's why I yell at it.
I had to remake that outfit. That was painful for
I
me.
know, and I got mad at it in the remake as well. And those
Oh.
leggings, they don't match. It wouldn't be the right shade of brown either way because there's a dark tone right above it, and 2, the shoes are the same color, and 3, just what the hell? Who? Okay, enough. of me.
Maybe she's just wearing leggings and ankle braces, so those aren't shoes at all. That's even worse. Moving on.
Yeah, she got house arrested for identity theft.
She got
She's
two.
had so many.
She had 2 separate crimes, so she had to fill out 2 sentences at the same time, which is why she has 2 ankle bracelets.
I'll be at the house in 15 minutes.
No, not the house. I'll meet you at the end of the driveway, please.
But I want to come in and say thanks to the parents and...
Mom, please.
I'll see you soon, Pumpkin.
Ah, you little crybaby.
My first split screen.
We're back.
Yeah.
I've missed you so much.
Sebastian?
Sebastian?
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is when the new outro came in, I think, which is another thing that Jay also made. Okie dokie, so that was episode 4.
Okay, a
Minecraft
lot to
Williams
say
the
about
Goat.
that.
Yeah, I think I've already gone through. I don't do pros and cons at the end of these reviews, but I think I've said probably everything and more. So yeah, we'll get to comparison time later. For now,
we gotta
it's a
suffer
miracle.
even more.
Yes, we'll suffer even more after episode 4. We're somehow still alive. Now here's episode
Lost.
4. Can you tell I've been watching Drumsy?
Yes, I can tell
Right.
very
And
quickly.
the neighborhood reporter here, Emily, on I don't know.
Hmm.
I can't replicate. As Jacob always told me, die. I don't know. Jacob.
When did you say that?
What?
Hold on. What?
What?
When have I ever said that to you?
When I said that? Excuse me? You have a bit of explaining to do.
Fake news. You're a terrible reporter.
Terrible reporter, yeah.
The first thing that came to my mind.
All right.
Wow. That
As
was
Jacob always told
hard.
me, it's the cycle of dismay. I know it's normally meant to rhyme. I don't have anything to rhyme with dismay. Disarray.
Yeah, I was
You're
going to
your
say.
disarray. Listen to cycle of dismay.
But all you had to do was say instead of as Jacob just told me, as Jacob would say, cycle of dismay, and then he could have rhymed it. But oh well.
I don't know. I'm failing English and music.
Okay. All right. Well, there's no more lessons that you have to fail. Let's get back to episode 5 of The Girl with the Tail.
Time.
You came back!
You two need to pull your weight with this prop.
Oh, this is the new outro that again Jay also made unprompted. I try when people make stuff unprompted, I try to implement it into the video, especially if like this, it actually has more life and movement. That would come back to bite me as more voice actors got replaced and I had to edit over the title. But yeah, I actually that's another thing that I learned how to do in the remake as well, to cover up that instead of doing the thing from scratch.
Whatever can be found, 'cause I've given in to all my demons lately. You know, my
yes, Beanie Boy. Again, Pete, voiced by Beanie Boy, which hasn't happened since episode 1 and would never happen for as long as this intro would exist.
Why did that not get fixed? It bothers me to my core end.
Hell is that outfit?
So you know how we you know how I said before that a lot of the time some of the VAs just wouldn't listen to me and would just and this is one of those times. It's not with voice acting, but it's the same person again. In fact, actually, Jay also used to do the thumbnails. The first 3 thumbnails of the Mutant Girl were done by Jay until I told him to stop sneaking in memes into those videos, and he just wouldn't relent. Yeah. There was a version of the thumbnail of a thumbnail for episode 4 that had Moto and Earthworm Sally.
Why? Why?
I want to be an earthworm today.
No.
Yeah. See, Jay consistently, even though he was the one who told me that the By Leonard Problems song was old fashioned, old news. He consistently includes has included the most dated things into the Mutant Girl, which is very interesting. I don't think well, to be fair, like none of us back then knew how long the show was going to last. I didn't think I was going to do a 4th year anniversary creator commentary whilst the show was still going on.
I don't think anyone expected that, like, at all, period.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't have any. This show has been going on for.
I didn't have any plans beyond season 1 until Shani suggested the camping trip, and that got me thinking about a different arc altogether and a whole built-up mystery that I could then include. And it's like, okay, you know what? We'll continue. And by that point, I was like, oh, well, I guess they've got to high school now. They got to the end of that, so, new era, fine. They're going to go to high school now. And then although by this time, Aiden had joined, and then,
Aiden just
the pair of us
wrecked everything.
The pair of us no, he didn't wreck everything. In fact, most of season 2, that was already planned by the time that he joined. We just kind of enabled each other a lot. So I eventually had to say when we got to the season 4 script, okay, we can plan some stuff out here, but maybe let's actually just stop. I haven't written anything Mutant Girl related in like half a year for that reason. It's like, let's just stop. Let's catch up first, get the audience response to everything we're doing beforehand, and then continue. That was actually prompted also by the Raina hate, being like, I'm not going through that again. I need to be able to respond in due time and correct things that are going wrong in the moment, and not just be like, guess what? Wait until the end of season 2 in half a year's time, and then you will all see.
I really
Raina shouldn't be hated as much as she is currently for some reason.
I really over-exaggerated my hate for Raina. I don't really mind her as much, and I feel like
I don't understand the entirety
how
of that
many
situation.
episodes of season 3 are there? Like the one episode
only 1 so far, yeah.
Of season 3, I feel like helped to like I know it's 1 episode, but it was a really good episode. So
season 3. That episode came out in September of 2022. I'm pretty sure that the Raina hate started late 2020. I think when she returned from the whole Felix ordeal, that was when it kicked off.
That was when people were like, "Oh, you're a piece of garbage now." Okay, time to hate you.
Like for 2 years, I was like, "Hey, stay tuned. I'll fix it, but bear with me for now."
We never did.
So again,
2021 when I came in and said, "Oi, time to make this even worse."
Yeah,
I think my scene I did for I think it was episode 7, I think it was, or 8, 9, whatever one it was. That scene just added more hate to the Raina fuel. If you remember what I'm talking about with Darren in that.
But actually,
no, I hated Darren more than I hated.
I was going to say that would have started the Darren hate, which again is deliberate. Like I said with Pop, when people actually hate my characters, if I intend them to, then yeah, absolutely, I'm glad. That's an achievement as a writer. But I was able to instill that in people, especially considering that this came out in the landscape of all of these literally physically and mentally abusive characters. I mean, Pop is mentally abusive too. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, more so the parents that will leave their children just bleeding on the ground, or those all those interactions, or the bullies that were very one-dimensional all the time and everything. So like, you know what? If I have to keep the spoiled brat outfit and stuff, I'm at least gonna make sure people, really like despise this character and actually really, and thus root for the good guys. That's
good.
I felt like everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Pop's the worst character in the Mutant Girl," and then Darren came along, and
I feel like everyone
really
just hated
said,
Darren more,
"No."
which is understandable. Darren is the worst human piece of garbage.
Oh my god, Darren could go die in a hole and no one would give a crap.
It's interesting. It's interesting because
I would not care.
Yeah, Pop was apparently the original version of Pop, not my version. The original version of Pop was inspired by a few bullies that Jay actually had. My version was inspired by I guess fictional traits that I knew about. Darren was inspired by real people that I knew about.
Oh,
I think that's the difference, maybe.
I hope
There we go.
Darren dies.
Yeah, let's hope he gets the punishment he deserves.
This is how we can please everyone. Pop the school shooter goes in, shoots Darren, and then he gets shot by police because America, and then we all live happily ever after.
I thought you were going to say she takes it on herself or something, but okay.
Why I live in England, we only get knives here. Screw the guns.
Wow.
There's like a whole drama like subject. Well, the whole unit that we did on knife crime. I remember that. Anyway,
Our school with a knife.
It's
didn't do much. He broke the window and then left.
Yeah, in my school, a lot of the time when we do any scenes to do with knives or anything, we had to like invent like accidental scenarios because none of us really could put ourselves in the mindset of, oh, I'm just gonna brandish a weapon in public and stuff and stab someone. But yeah, then might just be the area that I'm in. Clearly.
Apparently.
Well,
look.
We can't even mention
it is the
stuff
national
like
curriculum
guns in our
so,
drama class.
I guess.
So, yeah.
Well, it doesn't happen too much. I'm in the slightly worse area of the area you're most. It depends.
I was going to say,
which
you said
area are we talking about?
Your school consistently makes the. Yeah, actually, well, my area is not the same as my grandma's area. The one that you recognized is the one that my grandma lives in. So.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was the same area. What do you mean? The pictures I showed you of the school hall being on fire didn't
What?
Yeah,
Well,
I'll send you a picture, William.
What?
Oh dear.
The school hall lit on fire. And
I haven't seen that happen since like an episode of Teacher. Minecraft Teacher. I remember that was like the first time I saw a video of that.
Not that.
Deadlock's just like set the there's like you got a fire charge of the basketball, so every time you'd always just like set that down, and they're all in adventure mode, so everything just burns, and then I remember. If people don't know, Teachers like cops and robbers, but set in a school where the teacher has to keep you inside. You have to try and escape outside the school. But of course, the ending was there was just going, teacher, here, I have an apple for not suspending me when I lit the school on fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send you a picture, William.
Yeah. Who was
like it?
Original Pop and Empress were made by Jay. Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I actually don't think I don't think I remember how to spell that. I think it might be Jay. I don't remember because I'm trying to think. Because the only reason that I found out I found out that his name was now like Jay was because Natasha ended up telling me. Because Jay used to have a different name, but then he transitioned, so then that's apparently what he goes by now. I've not had a single conversation with him as Jay. I've just been using that in reference ever since. Okay, moving on.
Just to let it go, cut the cable short, and the problem solved might be.
well, how fitting that I just talk about original names, and there you go.
For you, I do it all night. You're my only
And that was also his idea to not have a little bit of a beat drop in the middle, which is the opposite advice that I gave to Aiden. But I think here it was for Lifeline, so I used it again ever since.
Okay.
When it once again is on the moon.
Did I do something wrong?
Yeah.
Of course not, Honey Bunch. We give her a moment. She needs a few minutes alone.
Why is Kai in the chair? I have no idea.
I don't see Kylie. What?
In the intro.
Oh.
Aces.
Because nobody loves Kylie. That's a lie. I quite like Kylie.
Here's a hot take. I prefer the voice acting of Sebastian in the original than the newer one.
No. Well, the newer one I said sounded like Shiny when I first heard it.
Well, the new one sounds like Roblox level 69, so that's what I hear.
Okay.
That's a bad thing.
Well, I don't
That's
know.
a bad
Actually.
thing.
I prefer most of the new voice actors. I can't tell with Sebastian. I think they're both equally as neutral.
I prefer the original.
Sebastian actually has two previous voice actors, but but the thing is that one of them sounded so similar to the old one that you just can't tell.
Yeah, I prefer
the
Sebastian from the one episode when they were in the quarantine meter.
Yeah, when I eventually actually had to you're fitting compared to Shiny, because I actually had to fire this voice actor as well as Shiny. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I was going to, but he quit beforehand. Yeah. So again, another early departure, and then I found out that he did stuff behind the scenes, and I was like, well, you're definitely not coming back now.
All right.
But by that point, it was like, oh, I've already got someone who actually sounds exactly like you, so yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna head off temporarily for right now. So because I think my dinner's ready. I don't know. I heard my brother's name being screamed from against the hallway, so I'm going to assume that's the case.
Okay. Oh, also, Aiden just said I wasn't able to join. I fell asleep and now have to go to work.
Wow.
Of course.
Aiden, I spam pinged you, okay?
Of course. Again, it's giving Minecraft Adventures.
Did he fall asleep before that as well at one
Oh
point?
my god.
Yes, he did.
Session. That recording. So what? Their name starts with a J. William. Who was it? It was the episode where it was the cultist episode. Who
Josiah.
Who was with us?
Just it was me, you, Aiden, and Josiah.
Yeah, Josiah. So we were all on call. This was like the first time I had met him. We were all on call. It was us three, and we were waiting for Aiden. We were waiting for 2 hours when he finally texted us saying, "Oh, the recording is cancelled. Sorry, guys. I fell asleep." And by this time, the map was destroyed. Like it was in shambles. There was PPs everywhere. I blew up my house.
That feels like there's something
the
else.
nether was ruined.
All right,
we went into a
go
whole
now.
tangent about anime. It was lost. Oh, bye, William. So it went to shambles. And he came back all casually, and like 2 hours later, oh yeah, sorry guys, I fell asleep. And I would like to reference the day before. Oh yeah, guys, don't be late to the recording because I want this episode to be out soon so we can introduce William. So make sure you're on time.
I remember the fact that he constantly calls me when it's late at night and says sleep is for the week. But there's that too.
And then that also happened another time, with either Drama Club or Minecraft Adventures.
Yeah, it's so interesting, like how, but my idea with Minecraft Adventures of just going off and doing my a different thing, joining in myself, but not having to having to interrupt the sessions between Aiden and just Alex at that point, because I was the only two people there. Just be like, hey, you know what, Shorty, let's just go and do our own thing, and we've got a quest to find a village. That was so simple, and so so easy to pull off. Just rely on the character chemistry between myself and Shorty to really, carry those in. With like choosing not to join on Aiden's perspective was apparently a bullet that I dodged. It seems based on
Oh
what
my
I
god,
hear.
literally. I
And also
don't
Ghosty. I would have met
understand.
Ghosty way sooner actually if I had done that. So I guess that's the negative side of that. But yeah, who knows?
I don't understand what was never understood what was happening on Aiden's perspective. I was lost. I was just lost. Don't ask me how he came up with my name as being Lilac either. That was a whole transition. Don't
Only
ask
because
me how.
magenta.
Yeah, don't ask me how. Oh, sorry, this is spoilers. Minecraft Adventures never
Oh
is
yeah.
coming out anyway at this rate. Magenta's my sister. Like, don't ask me how that transgressed. Originally, it was like, oh yeah, I'm actually Magenta. Plot twist, body swap, different voice. The hint was in the name all along. And then it transgressed to she was my mother. And then it transgressed to she was my cousin. And then it transgressed to, oh yeah, she's your sister. I was like, okay, we've got that straight. Don't ask me how that backstory was transitioned. Me trying to act in front of that goddamn Nether portal, and I'm pretty sure that episode is not out, was absolutely ridiculous. I was stood there stuttering because he didn't tell me what to do. He was like, okay, go stand by the Nether portal. What do you want me to do? I'll just make it up. What do you mean make it up?
Well, I mean, okay.
2 minutes ago.
Improvisation is something. Is
I
a
was
skill.
told we had a recording 5 minutes before. And you want me to improvise my character's backstory, which I cannot remember for the life of me, on the spot. I ended up going, oh, I don't want you guys to go in. Last time, do you know what? Fine, go. Oh, just microphone. Last time, someone I truly loved cries, but you guys can go in. And then I went in with them. We saved up a jacked up William. I think it was William. Like, this was after a whole shamble of trying to find my village. Like, it's abandoned. That village was hideous, by the way.
Wait, so you're on a quest to find a village too?
We found the village. We found the village unimaginably quickly.
Yeah, Aiden found a bunch
village.
of villages in his playthrough. My prime objective was to find a village through all of season 1 and never once did.
We found a village right next to you guys. Like, literally 2 minutes away from you and the end portal. Because there's now a structure there. Spoiler, guys! Oh, wow! There's a massive lore structure where the end portal is, which accidentally is right next to Shorty and Jacob. And the village in the episode where me and Aiden crashed into the sea and William goes missing, we are right next to Shorty and Jacob. That village we are in, right next to them.
Yeah, we never do travel far from each other. Partly that's because of we don't want to have the server collapse on us. But yeah, maybe we should learn to venture further in future if we want to keep perspectives separate. Oh well, we shall see, because there's a lot to think about for the future of that show.
Poor Ghosty.
But yeah,
learned about her sister an hour before. I forgot about that.
Okay, to be fair, how much memory do either of your characters have canonically? Okay,
none.
No one repeat this information outside of this commentary. By the way, the spoilers stay here. Incidentally, so it's okay.
Aiden, don't watch this one. He'll yell at me.
I was gonna say, I was like, I didn't know you could like actually bring up that part like deliberately.
I don't care.
Clearly,
the last time I recorded Minecraft Adventure was a year ago. Like straight, I was like, bruh. Yeah, I think the last time was just after my birthday, and it's almost my birthday again.
Ah, well then.
I might be mistaking that, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible. I haven't done Minecraft Adventures on my end either in about that long. But then again, I also want to just have my episodes come in tandem with Aiden's. That was part of the point of me saying like, please don't just keep releasing. Like, more and more episodes because I can't catch up. Wait for me. You know. You know, I was really DM'd. Yeah, this is what. Oh my goodness. This is if people haven't watched my latest Walking Wednesday, this is almost a similar thing that happened to me when I was recording with Mania for that Yandere series. I mean, it was a red herring. I was told that my character was the Yandere in that series, and I didn't take that line down. I was like, because again, I built up this person, you know, without linking in like any hints or anything or any sort of malice, whatever. He was supposed to be, you know, the light amongst a sea of you know, torment and hormones and all of that nonsense you get all the time. So
Torment and hormones.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, I was quite annoyed when I was told in the last episode, "Oh, I'm the Yandere." And then that sparked a whole argument with between like basically everyone else in the cast, and then eventually one of the people put me in a different place and said, "You're not even the Yandere. Why are you angry?" It's like, well, because I was told I was the Yandere. That's why I'm angry. Like, so yeah, like I feel like that's what if I can understand the outrage because of that experience, even if I didn't eventually have to go through things. Like, what would I have done as the Yandere? It's like eventually for me, it's like, yes, it was me, Federico Dorado, the whole time. And the reason was I don't know. I was told like 5 minutes ago. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, improvisation is great as it's a good skill to have, and it can lead to a lot of good. But as Ghosty mentioning here, when there's massive built-up story elements, you don't want to just be coming up with those on the fly. I feel like that's why a lot of SMP lore probably spirals out of control all the time. I imagine anyway, especially when you like join up people. They need to plan that stuff a lot. Okay. Back to well, you know, that's the advantage of gacha. You know, the Mutant Goal was the first example of me actually going through and probably like, you know, composing a script for something all the way through that I could actually, you know, lead in a direction and have more people involved than just myself. That's one of the reasons I'm so grateful for it.
And Ghosty, you were originally my mum, so that could have ended even stranger.
Actually, no, you're really the same person. Apparently.
Well, we were the same person. She was my mum for a very, very long. That was like one of the original. Oh, and it wasn't like before we decided on like her name, because I was in the episode 1 voice chat. In the bloopers, you can hear me laughing my head off at Luca and Aiden because they were being stupid. Because we had already recorded episode 2, so we decided on her name. But my original backstory was I was experimented on by my father. This is not spoilers. This doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I was experimented on by my father, and a mistake went wrong, which caused me to lose all my memory, kill everyone in the village. But because these experiments were done on me, I was immune to a lot of the like disease that was caused around it. So I like kind of just ended up there and built my cabin. Like there's a diary that was originally there still is a diary, to be fair. I don't write in it very often canonically, but I do write in it still. And it had to be changed drastically because of this drastic story change, because Aiden made up Lilac on the spot, I'm pretty sure.
So you've had an invite this whole time. You can come in whenever you want.
We workshopped a couple names like before the episode, but I'm pretty sure Aiden just chose one at random. And then we went through it before episode 3 recording, and we were like, that's awfully similar to Magenta. And the whole scientist thing, awfully similar to Magenta. And so it always went to like, crap. So it then went into the whole Magenta thing. And that house that we found I'm pretty sure we found the house. Magenta has a house. Ghosty did not build the house. I built
Hello,
the house.
Ghosty.
Hi,
Speaking
Ghosty.
of
Do you know about your house in Minecraft?
No, I do not know about my house.
Yeah, you have a house.
I have a house?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Okay, Emily, can I say something?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you this question. Why would someone from the Nether who lives with the Nether King need a house on the surface world?
Vacation. You got a summer home.
In it.
Why do I have a summer home in the
Well,
overworld?
I mean, summers get really hot in the Nether, so you want to get out of there, don't you?
Technically,
fresh
you
air.
kidnapped William, kept him there, and we needed a place for him to actually be. So we were like, let's build Magenta a house. So I built you a house. It's a very ugly house, but you have a house.
Why didn't you like DM me and was like, yo, we need you to come on here and build your character's house? I would have built it in the Nether. You know,
but it
I would
couldn't
have
have been in the Nether. Trust me, you did not want it in the Nether. There's a bunch of engraved PPs in the Nether floor. You don't want to be in the Nether.
like
Those could have been there, but placed there after.
No, because
Magenta
William
left.
was in the Nether. That was his final location because lore. So he went from one place to then being in a different place. No, was it Luca? So people were disappearing left and right. Oh, Luca was in the Nether. William was in the basement house, and Luca was taken to the Nether because you took him there. That was the point of him being in the Nether. Trust me, you didn't want a house in the Nether.
What?
We had to build an entirely new Nether. We had to reset the Nether. I'm pretty sure because we destroyed it so badly.
Well, that's awkward when I go. It's a good thing we're not doing Minecraft. Like, Emily, I was told that Lilac was my sister the day we were supposed to record.
I
know. Yeah, we went over this already.
It was made up that day as well.
Like, speaking of characters made up on the spot, like, I remember during the early days of Minecraft Adventures, like, Alex and Aiden would often fight over what Magenta's backstory was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, with me and Aiden writing scripts together, usually one of us, because it's both got separate channels most of the time, because of the gacha stuff, we're able to just say, okay, well, this person's taking the lead here, the other person's offering ideas, and we just support each other that way. With the pair of them, even though it was just on Aiden's channel, there was not that balance as far as I'm aware. You know,
it wasn't balanced. And might I also say, Magenta's backstory still doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
It makes less sense when you add freaking, what's her name? She has an Amber. That's her actual name. Amber into the mix. That was another lore thing.
The lore that I thought of for Magenta, because I was under the impression that I could make up my own character lore, I couldn't. Aiden didn't tell me this. Was that she was a researcher sent into the Nether with another researcher and a god, and they were supposed to see if the Nether was a habitable place.
Turns out no, I imagine.
That was similar to what I was told, but not what I was told, if that makes sense.
Like, Magenta's, the god and the other researcher go missing, and Magenta runs into the Nether King, who's like, yo, get my house. You are my servant now.
Just walks outside and sees someone like crossing around. Is like, hey, you!
My house.
Come here.
Like, originally, my thoughts for Magenta, and I still have a holdover video of this, is that she relayed information to the Nether King via a crystal located in her basement library.
Oh, that is in your basement, I'm pretty sure. It's also in our house's basement. We have a house together. Don't question that, but we have one.
Like, the purpose of the crystal was so she could, do adventures with Aiden and Alex. But also relay to the Nether King if they were closer to finding the artifacts of Xenios or whatever the shit they needed. I was literally never told,
Profanity.
other than baseline information, what the plot was supposed to be. So the thing is, like, I thought for a second, and I, thought, why would Magenta be willingly working for the Nether King? Like, and my first reaction was, she's not. She's being actively forced into this situation. And then Aiden was like, no. She's doing this of her own volition. She's totally 100% evil, you guys.
Maybe they're like the Joker and Harley Quinn. The Nether King just brainwashed her, and then
Yeah, like, that's what I suggested. And then Aiden shot me
Oh!
down. And then
What?
Yeah,
Aiden shut me down. Was like, no, she's doing this willingly. She needs to be the villain.
That's
she needs,
what I
she
was
needs to be
told.
the villain.
That's what I was
It's like a
told,
constant thing.
except
Okay.
me existing like completely disproved that, so he had to listen to my rebuttal about why she couldn't be completely evil. Because I didn't know
I'm
like
noticing-
anything about Magenta, but I was like, no.
I'm
So I
noticing a
came up-
pattern with
I
I'm noticing
came
a
up-
pattern with a lot of Aiden stories.
Like, I came
that-
up with my own lore. It was shot down, and then Aiden had to hurry up and try to workshop something that made a modicum of sense, but it
Mhm.
didn't. It didn't make too much sense at all.
Okay, I'm based on what you just said there, I'm noticing a pattern with Aiden's writing and how Aiden's shows eventually turn out.
Aiden has
'Cause I
shit
said this-
communication skills.
Oh my god, honestly.
Not what I'm getting at here. I mean in terms of there always having to be a very clear evil villain. Because Fallen Angels kind of
Like,
start it's what
I
let's just go back to this because I need to segue back into Gacha. This is supposed to be helpful music,
Like,
girl.
I
need
was
to segue
under
back
the
into Gacha.
impression
Hold
that the big evil of the series was supposed to be the Nether King.
Well, okay, yeah, that would make perfect sense. But either way, either way, these like a lot of the time with Fallen Angels, the big appeal for me when he pitched the show to me in the first place, because he pitched it for the Butterverse, not because he needed to in order to get it off the ground, because he could have just made it in his own universe if he wanted to. The appeal for me really was the fact that it was just basically a battle of ideologies.
Like,
You-
there
you
was
had-
no clear-cut villain.
Yeah, that was until Abraxas showed up. Like the tone of that very much shifts where, instead of it becoming like Adam was a fugitive and his whole society has been has shunned him, but he's also causing waves in this like other movement that happens, and it's always the battle of philosophy and the ideas of life versus death, and
Like,
the ethical implications of how much one should interfere and all and all of that versus this guy who's gonna take off. Granted, Abraxas is just a more extreme version of Adam, where he actually goes way further than Adam ever actually would.
He actually commits to the bit.
Yes, but in the midst of that, he does become a very clear villain to root against, rather than the kind of more interesting and more subject to discourse. Versus like how much would you actually kind of side people? Would people have sided with Kurt if it hadn't been for episode 4 and where he for some reason ends up killing Tommy, and that whole thing was like, wait, what is going on here? Why is Kurt doing that? It's like, oh, because he's mean. Like, what? He used to be just a teacher who taught them the old ways. He represents the old ways and the authoritarianism that Adam is protesting against. He's the other extreme. He's not meant to be like, oh, he's not meant to be evil or anything, but he just kills a guy when he could have easily wiped his memory, because angels can canonically alter people's minds, as established in the episode following that.
I was so upset when my lore for Magenta was shot down, because it actually made some modicum of sense.
Yeah, I know you said that before. I'm trying to transition slowly back into the mutant girl.
Like, speaking of the mutant girl, I like that the mutant girl doesn't have a big overarching villain. It's just a bunch of smaller villains that Moana has to deal with in her daily life. I love that it's not a grand sweeping narrative.
I like the fact that, you know, with Lilith and that, like, there was a lot of manipulation. Like, I think I prefer if we compare Lilith to Felix, and they have some similarities.
Yeah,
but,
physically
like,
as well.
Yeah, physically as well. But if you take Felix compared to Lilith's manipulation, I personally prefer Lilith. There isn't a bias to that, I promise.
Felix's secret sister confirmed.
He only has one of
Quaking in
those.
voice actor. Quaking in voice actor right now. But I generally think Lilith's manipulation, especially in the gate, was a lot better than Felix's was. Like, here's a big revelation at the end of season 2, I think was really, really well written, personally. But I just like Lilith as a general character. If we exclude me making things a bit messy with my improv of Minecraft roleplay, and
Well, okay, yeah, that's kind of like saying that, oh, you know, Chris's improv of Ian in the mini games affects the portrayal of the character in My Street. No, it doesn't. It's just that's what you have to do. You know, not gonna clown on him the same way.
If we ignore me trying to make her a bit more vast in the Minecraft version of her, I think she is a fairly written character. I do wish she was like expanded a slight more on, and she is a bit more expanded on in a certain thing. So
Boobs.
What? No, I know what Emily's alluding to. It is not remotely connected to that, or those, or whatever.
Because see, I prefer Felix's motive compared to Lilith. I think Felix's motive was 10 times better than Lilith's will ever be. Lilith is just kind of manipulative because she likes it half the time. You know, she does.
You know
want
what? Lilith is the
Praxis.
Lilith is the Harley Quinn that Magenta never got to be.
Honestly, but I feel like Felix's overall execution was worse than Lilith's was. It was, but his motive was better than Lilith was. So it's kind of like a two-way sort of thing.
I guess.
Ah, yes, kidnapping a child to accomplish my goals. Perfect.
I mean, technically, Lilith did kidnap a sort of child to accomplish her goals. In fact, she probably did that to multiple children. How old's Alana?
She's 19 at the start of the series.
Oh, really? I thought she was like 14.
No, Aiden deliberately, but they went out of his way to make sure the characters were grown up, partly because of his different approach to shipping.
Did you just rise out of the floor?
Yes, he did. Yeah, partly because of his approach to shipping, but also because that's one of his complaints about the Mutant Girl was the fact that, you know, he wasn't able to take the characters in certain directions because, you know, they were 12 or 13 when they started.
Yeah, he has too many adult tendencies in his brain. Let's just say that.
Well, but too many for the Mutant Girl, at least. For Fallen Angels, you know, fair enough. You know, they're grown up for, you know, on purpose, and they're dealing with much more mature things in the first place. So that fits a lot better, I think.
So I'm gonna go back. So I think Felix and Lilith have, like, you know, their own personal flaws and thing. I think Moana's a better protagonist than Adam will ever be, and that is purely due to writing. Adam could be such a good character, but I don't think it's executed particularly well. Like, if you think about it hard enough, you can very much see it. I think that's the case with most Fallen Angels characters, like we were talking about. Like,
it's more of Aiden
it's a battle of ideology. It is an Aiden problem. It's a battle of ideology, and I very much like that idea. But when you take it into the writing of it, it went off the haywire. It's there if you think about it hard enough. If you can really look into the actions of everyone excluding Kurt.
Yeah.
If you look at the ideology of Abraxas and Lilith, wow, I can say my character's name.
That was her Greek name.
That was a Greek name. Lilith. If you look into their ideals, you can kind of see where they're coming from. If you imagine a world without death, there is a high chance there would be a lot less of despair. But at the same time, there would be chaos. There would be overpopulation, which would lead to starving. And because if no one can die, people will be suffering in agony from hunger with nothing to end their pain.
That's stated in their show as well. Yeah.
So, there's that. But at the same time, you have this sort of pure angel ideology of, well, it's the natural order. People die when they die. There's nothing you can do to, they can sit there, watch children be killed by their fathers, for example, like we saw in that first episode. And then you have the doubters in the middle.
Keep the bloodline pure.
Who don't agree with the angels, but don't agree with this extreme ideology of Abraxas and Lilith, that it's really good ideology. It's just kind of not executed well. But at the same time, I know the Mutant Girl is like a completely different thing. Like, it's a slice of life. But if you just compare the general writing and execution, it's a lot better. Sorry,
Well,
Aiden, I just dissed on you in your series for like 10
I was going to
minutes.
say, like, we got people like just interrupting the stream just to like clown on Aiden. Like, it's
That was more analytical than I normally am.
I hadn't even met Aiden when these original episodes were were airing. So it's like, oh god, what is he going to think when he finally actually sees this video?
If I wanted to clown on Aiden completely, I'd go back to MC Adventures.
Yeah, let's not, because this is about, we could do a creator commentary or like a cast commentary of Minecraft Adventures at some other point if you guys want. But let's
I'd rather be saving my time for the Dingo redub.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. We've got the full episode. Yeah, we've got the longest episode at the time that it came out, and then an even longer remake of the 2 episodes combined. Okay, let's continue.
I think I came empty-handed. I come bearing gifts.
Thanks.
That sounded forced. Come on, why are you in a bad mood?
You wouldn't get it.
Try me.
Not worth it.
Fine. I tried. I'll just leave the gift bag on your desk.
Now, you might be wondering to yourselves, why on earth do Morwen and Sebastian not get along? Well, too bad, because if you watched this back in the day, you had to wait 4 years for that deleted scene to come out and explain it to you. Because I had an answer the whole time and wasn't able to do it. Yeah. Anyway, cries in lack of voice actor. Anyway, speaking of voice acting, headphone users, be prepared, because this first Mrs. Dysart bit, there's one specific point in here that you're gonna be just to let you know.
Already destroyed my ear jumps, please no. No, I'm scared.
Well, I think it'll be less bad.
Let's see.
All right, my love.
Yeah, this is already less bad.
Ease. It's presentation time.
I missed that.
Who would like to go first?
Not me.
So in the same way that we were praising Miller before for being like the quintessential pop Josephine, Natasha really was the quintessential Mrs. Dysart. I've still
nobody's been able to
struggle for so long after that falling out that I had with Jay, where he just kind of like quit and took Natasha with him.
Me. Yes, Julia.
Yeah, Mrs. Dysart.
Not.
I forgot how much I hated it.
I know you're on.
So yeah, clearly some people are less keen on it, but you got to admit, For the character's sake.
So much
I would
hate
think
towards
it'd be
Dice
good on a minimalistic level how it is now. This is just
Over the top.
There is that. Although I'll say this, at least you can understand what she's saying.
To go,
You
but
got a lot of
I'm
hate
going
from
to
Mrs. Dice Star in season 1 for some reason. Of just not
get
being chosen for anything.
it's giving
Oh,
William
God,
when
this
he's
pause.
screaming.
I paused at a really bad time. Look at her mouth.
Oh no.
Oh my! I didn't even know that was even possible. Okay, I haven't seen mouths clashing that much since William's early things where he didn't remove the mouths from underneath them.
Oh, frick.
The students to show the enthusiasm.
Is this going to happen every time I put my hand up?
Pretty much, yes.
I'm going to
You
jump
look
off
so
the
dead
bridge.
inside.
This was my way of trying to account for her crazy performance, was just giving her like really wacky editing, which William did point out in his review, but I was like, I can't say anything about that right now.
Now, any other students want to go? Why?
Barely got to see the other side of the classroom for 1 second. And here's where the better voice actors
Ladies
come in
and
the
gentlemen,
remake.
I give you the tale of Sisyphus.
I think their
trimmed down to
presentation
5
is the
minutes.
best.
Sorry, what?
I think their presentation is the best in the remake and in this. I
You mean
don't
out of like
Yeah,
compared to the one?
compared to the Medusa one. I don't really like it. I prefer this one, and I know
I
it's,
prefer this one, yeah, same. Especially the
I
remake version. I prefer the remake version just because the casting is so much better.
oh my
I was
god.
gonna say I prefer this presentation out of the two, Medusa versus Sisyphus. I prefer Sisyphus. Part of it because it's a lesser known story, but also because this was at the time one of the most complicated things where I had to have them switch in and out of character, do different filters, different bits of music. The music carries out when they're presenting, but not when they come out of character. The filters, the way they address the class and the sudden interruption. I mean, the filter comes up when they're in character during the presentation, but not when they're narrating. And also, not to mention as well, they're doing a few actions in a minimalistic manner while they're trying to reenact how students would actually present a story like this with no budget or props or costumes. Harkening back to what, my love of actual school presentations in the first place. Well, the one thing I did like to do in presentations was doing a song, which was going to be in the Medusa one, but in both cases, I ran out of time to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn music.
Sisyphus was the king of Ephyra, now known as Corinth. During his life, he was known for killing
Still an issue with all the gacha props and the layers.
guests to his kingdom and the hatred towards his brother Solomonus.
Sisyphus, you are aware that your killing sprees are a violation of Xenia, hospitality.
That just sounds like
Zeus
more
will
work.
not allow your deeds to go unpunished.
Begone, brother, and be grateful that the slaying of kinsmen is also a punishable act.
I do, despite how much I love the fact that we got Beanie Boy back, I do love the "Be gone, brother."
I prefer
Sisyphus went to the
the hero
Oracle.
voicing Brian in the remake than that. It sounds like
I
more right.
love Beanie Boy voicing thingy. Like it.
Terry.
Oh my gosh. I was like it was so good.
He didn't know that his one line in episode 1 was one of the most quoted lines in the entire series.
Oof.
He had no idea about that until I told him, I showed him that one clip of him originally because he forgot about it when I brought him back in, and it's like, wow, I've changed so much. Well, yeah, you have, because you've got older, but at the same time, yeah, it's interesting. You forgot about that line, even though you're the one who said it, but everyone else remembers it. No one messes with Pop Josephine's gang.
Delphi, to see what.
Which, by the way, if I ever get big enough to warrant having merch, that's going to be one of the shirts. Just saying.
Could be done about killing his brother.
I am the spirit of Delphi. Woo! I will answer the questions 3.
And now it's finally time to talk about Shorty for a bit. Okay, so with the remake, I've started doing a thing where I give the original voice actors a week or 2 head start and then I bring in the backups, and then it basically becomes, whoever gets the lines in first will be used, unless it so happens that the original voice actor gets the lines in before the episode comes out, in which case I will do my best to swap them out, like I did with Vicky on Venus in this episode, the remake of it, of course. But I forgot what I was leading up to something. I forgot what I was saying here.
Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty. So yeah, Shorty was the exception. And that was because I knew that Shorty wanted to actually to redo this performance for a long time. Because this was when I first met her, the first recast, and it was still when I was doing directing in person, so everyone was in like one call and whatever. So she was really shy, barely said anything at all except for her actual lines when she came in, which is very different to Shorty we know now, obviously, where she was basically the complete opposite, as naturally. And it also, Raina's whole thing up until this point is the fact that she's not very academic. She's struggling in Mrs. Dysart's class. She's barely able to turn in her homework and needs a good grade. So she tries really, really hard in this presentation to do to give the best performance she possibly can, to the point of hijacking other people. She's still not a very competent student, so it still goes pear-shaped, but she tries a lot. And that was the point. Giving the side characters something to do and something to, strive for. So of course the nervousness, was a negative impact on two different accounts, which is why I wanted to give Shorty the chance to really redeem herself for that time before, which eventually meant there's took a long time to get those in. But well, we shall see how that went to the remake. We'll talk about it there. But for here, of course, the "I'm the spirit of Delphi, woo" is a thing that I just constantly bring up when I want to mess with her a bit.
Reina was so keen to do this presentation, right? But she got distracted watching Monty Python videos.
I only came for one question, but thank you. I came to discover what I should do to get rid of my brother.
Use your children to dethrone him. Woo. Wait, was he a king too? Not that I really care, but
Interruption, no music.
Yes, he was the king of Ellis and the founder of Salmon. I mean, not that I care either. Anyway.
Again, sometimes words aren't needed. Just pop being pop.
Sisyphus marries Salmoneus' daughter Tyro, and he has 2 sons to use in his plan of revenge. But Tyro learns of the plan and kills the boys.
Zeus couldn't allow this act to go unpunished. He ordered Thanatos, death personified, to escort him to Tetris when his time was up, but he was tricked twice.
I am Thanos.
It's Thanatos.
Yeah, and of course, I'm pretty sure this was between. It's like I don't know if Avengers Endgame had released by the time this episode was out, but it was either being advertised at this point or whatever. Infinity War made Thanos really, elevated to be. I was about to say a household name. That's not really accurate. So yeah, of course, Thanos. You'd have Thanos on the brain and not Thanatos. Very important. I think some people do call Thanatos, and that's why the actual Marvel Thanos gets that name. Also because he's has a whole thing with death in the comics. But that's beside the point. Either way, Reina gets it wrong again.
Oh yeah.
I remember his motivation in the comics is, trying to impress Death so he can bone her.
Yep. Which I found that out thanks to a song done by these two YouTubers. All about his backstory.
Yeah, that is Thanos' motivation. That is Thanos' motivation in the comics. He can't get with Death, so he vows to destroy humanity instead.
Doesn't Death also have a thing with Deadpool?
Yeah, that's part of the reason why she's really rejecting his advances.
Oh
All
my
right.
god.
There we go. Very keen.
So if you So I watched Avengers Endgame and I was like, okay, is he still doing this for that Dussy? Death Dussy?
Oh my word, no. I feel like even by that point, I'm not really a huge MCU fan. Well, actually, the MCU as a structure inspired a lot of like how the Butterverse functions, but I haven't actually consumed a lot of the content myself. That
I
being
just
said,
don't
even
care about
I
the
knew about
MCU.
like Thanos appearing several times before and the build-up that he has. I don't think death was ever mentioned during that.
was here to chain
Oh,
me up.
that's a shame.
But before Thanatos
It would have been really funny if his motivation in the movie was the same as the comics.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
did his job, Sisyphus asked for a demonstration of how the
I wonder who they would have cast as death during that.
chains worked, and Thanatos imprisoned himself. For a while, no mortals were dying, and eventually Sisyphus released him after threats from the gods. The second
Yeah, see, at least you had the idea of you know, her being restrained and then being freed at that point.
Sisyphus asked his new wife to mistreat his corpse and throw it naked on the street.
We are not showing that part.
Good call.
Persephone heard this and let him live.
The third time, Sisyphus went willingly into the underworld, but Hermes was there to greet him.
Yeah, again, I had to give up at Sisyphus at this point. Like, there are some things where I'll concede and be like, okay, let's simplify this line a bit, but it's the actual name. I can't do anything about that.
I tell you what.
I'll tell you what, Ziphinus. We have decided
Yep, and Siphinus, even worse.
that you will push this boulder to the top of this hill. We shall make you immortal.
Well, sign me up. This should be easy.
It wasn't. Supposedly, he's still there to this day, giving his name to Sisyphus' tasks, one that are both laborious and futile.
Let's clap in slow motion at the sound effects being normal speed.
Fantastic! You brought a tear to my eye. Come on then, who's next?
Well, it looks like we have a thespian group now.
Look, I need to do well on this stupid subject. The better I do it, the better my grade.
You know what I
And there you go, motivation. Oh, sorry,
I'm-
remember my Gusk. You have to go, you're about to say, because it's 11.
Yeah, it's 11.
Yeah, we spent
Okay.
too long, you know, talking about Aiden. All right.
Spent too long roasting Aiden.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well,
Yeah, sorry about that. I reveled in the roasting too much.
I tell you what,
I
let's
went
go-
into a whole analytical rant about Mutant Girl and Fallen Angels. So
I've gotten myself in a bit of an uncomfortable position right now. I'm about to slip and fall and die.
Yeah, by the way, YouTube has included a new feature where you can actually like add stuff as podcasts, so that MG podcast idea might actually be viable after all. Anyway,
Whoa.
I just gave you a timestamp in the stream just in case you want to, you know, pick up where you left off and see what you missed out on.
All right, I just got absolutely obliterated on my chair.
Goodbye,
right.
everyone. Have a good night, evening, morning.
Yeah, you sound like all right, Truman.
There goes Emily.
She's too young to have seen the Truman Show. Anyway, I remember in my Girl Scout Catch Back into TMG series that Sherry, Dumbully, and you were just in this scene when meanwhile Jake was just like, well, yeah, that's the thing. Again, I have to, whenever I like have something set in a school, I have to have the characters learn something. I mean, and usually if it's in a regular school, the audience will learn something for themselves as well. In fact, Emily also mentioned, you know, that she learned a lot about Greek mythology from watching The Mutant Girl, which I think, you know what, great. Mrs. Dysart, you know, love her or hate her because she's like Marmite in that regard. She at least does her job.
Yeah, she at least teaches the students something. And
Yeah.
also the viewer, because I didn't know about that stuff until I watched the Mutant Girl, so yay.
Yeah. I used to think that Mrs. Dysart was the first gacha teacher ever to actually teach something. But no, as it turns out, Changes by Rosie Closey had Professor Slughorn actually teaching his class and doing a proper lesson literally the day before Mrs. Dysart's first lesson aired on YouTube. I was so close. Oh well. Oh, also, by the way, with that scene, that scene, the one we just saw, the Sisyphus one, it was also done before I started doing like separate layers and keeping them on separate layers. So I would be putting these characters like back into gacha after I finished with them walking, which meant actually what I would do was I take all the characters out, have them be green screen in the exact location they would end up in, and then keyframe them back further on so they would end up being frame perfect every time. That was my plan. So of course that meant that again I was doing a much more rudimentary thing. So I was really proud of that scene when it came out. I still kind of am to an extent, but I was like, yes, this is what gacha can do. Like I was really, really enthusiastic about that at that point. And now I'm like, I don't know, I've invented swimming physics. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Mrs. Dysart.
At this point, I'm planning on leaving the stream because my ears just hurt now.
What?
Stop screaming!
Oh wait, that's right. I forgot. I put William down to 73 before, but he left and rejoined, so it went back up to 100 again. Okay, he's at 70 now. We're done during a little more. Oh, that's a good point. Emily ever sent in like the 4-year-old characters. That would have been a really good way to, fourth anniversary. The characters are 4 now. I don't know. Either way.
Grammar teacher.
Grammar
I think
teacher.
that's her secret call.
Grammar. Okay.
What do you think, Morwana?
The disadvantage of having her of having fewer camera angles is that you can't really tell where she's looking. I mean, if you can notice that Marwick is kind of like mimicking her position. I've only ever put Marwick, Agatha, Morwenna in that particular position because it's kind of like Morwenna's trademark thing in the first place. But that was meant to be like, oh yeah, this is their connection forming, or something along those lines. I don't know.
What are you looking at?
Nice draw, Sisyphus.
valid
Let me
question.
know when your next screenplay is published.
Surprisingly, Jay was one of the people who said Sisyphus correctly. There was also that one time in Fallen Angels where somebody said when Thanatos was trapped by syphilis at one point. I can't remember which character said that. Definitely wasn't one of mine, but yeah.
Come on, Pop.
It wasn't one of yours, but you gotta admit, it's hilarious.
I think it might have been Diogenes who said that. So, yeah.
Marwick and I didn't. You know how the game works, Terry. You've been us for long enough. Tell me all honesty of this nerd stuff was enjoyable to you.
No, it wasn't.
Terry's unable to step out of line. So what hope does Marwick have? The big questions, ooh.
Okay,
Marwick's
Ben.
gonna step so far out of line that there isn't even a line anymore.
Yeah, but at this point he's still got to consider that he's got to cross that threshold, you know? This is part of his journey.
Everyone finish your snacks. I still got...
He needs to be the... There's only one way to make him the Zuko of the mutant girl.
What happened? Like burn part of his face?
No.
No, we're not burning people's faces. No.
Have him ship teased with the main character for almost half a season.
Isn't that kind of what? Isn't that's literally what happens?
Yeah.
Yes.
Moving on.
Okay.
My torture to go through.
How can she? Why does anyone hang around with that snake?
Honestly, I don't get it. She
She's
looks like the
literally enduring this
stereotypical
as from
popular
them.
girl.
How did she not even notice them just basically roasting her and try and punch her in the face?
Because she's too much of a conceited brat to hear what other people are saying.
I was literally about to say that. You know, we're not going by Starlight logic here, where characters can't, hear anything. Also, Morwenna always has a bit of natural blush, just maybe not as much as Emily adds. I'm not sure.
But no one
Emily adds a
else
lot
in
of
the entire
blush.
school is stupid enough to think that she actually
It's
is.
it's probably an aspect of my character design she doesn't like.
Then again, when it tries to draw attention away from herself, it actually kind of would make sense that she'd give herself a bit more. That she probably would wear a fair amount of makeup for a 12-year-old.
Sounds like those three were just desperate for a friendship group. Or at the very least, someone to keep them company. What is it?
Something happened.
I have
And speaking of Aphmau, that was a My Street reference.
no idea what you're.
Oh yeah, there's a scene in the season 1 episode, The Aftermath, like the episode after the neighborhood play concludes, when Lucinda notices like how jittery Aphmau is when she mentions Aaron, and so she comes up to her and like goes like this, like, what, Lucinda, why are you looking at me like that? Something happened. She's like an inch away from Aphmau's face.
Yeah.
Which is probably one of Ghosty's favorite shots, but we're not going to talk about that.
You're talking
we're not
about.
Talk about today. We'll wait till later on.
Listen. No speaking, boss speaky privileges.
How can I just have a little surprise? That's all. That's all. Really. That's all. That's really all.
Yeah, that part was added by Natasha because she couldn't get over the fact that Shiny was Marwick, and she couldn't they like have found the idea of them being romantically attracted to each other.
Oh god, yeah.
So she kind of like rejected that a lot of times. I turned that rejection basically as like like her fighting her own like inner instincts at first, and then but then the other times it was just like, no, I'm not doing this at all. That's really all. But that adds to it because of course you would lie about that at the time.
Yeah.
She's never really
To
had
be
a
fair,
crush that she could
when
actually
it comes to
act
like
on.
voice actors, like pretending like different voice actors pretending like in a relationship with another person that they really aren't, it's always weird. Like when it comes to that, especially for children voicing them, it makes it even weirder.
Yeah, there is that. Also, I do remember one time when I was trying to invite Nova to start doing Mutant Girl themed mini games that I mentioned that, you know, just beware that Marwick might be around for some of these, so you know you're gonna have to actually like act like a couple or something. And then Nova said to me, but me gay, like that was that was her phrasing. It's like, yes, I know that you gay, your character not gay. That's
wow.
I know. Like I gotta say, I've
also
played a lot
Minecraft.
of hetero characters.
And
I've played a lot of hetero characters
Yeah.
myself, so I can attest it's not that hard.
I was gonna say, I mean, you know, have I played any gay characters? I mean, I play Greek gods, so I guess probably, but we never know that.
Bravo! Whoa! Group 3! I'm glad to see how well you know Orpheus' tale in the underworld. I guess you could have gone
Orpheus'
deeper
tale.
with your research.
You just got that pun, didn't
Orpheus'
you?
tale.
Yeah, we did.
So again, going back to what we said about fake laughter, Natasha meant to like fake laugh here because there was, you know, Mrs. Dysart laughs at her own pun, but it just devolved into like her actual laughter. So yeah, once again, kept it in.
I hear noise in the background. I think we're parents. Like, hey.
Yeah, because the thing is that whilst everyone was recorded on separate tracks, the exception to that was of course Natasha and Jay, who lived together and thus used one device to record. And so yeah, the two people that I needed to filter out the most, occasionally I was not able to do so.
I'm so good at puns. I hope that Julius didn't do all the work.
Actually, about that.
I think the actually about that was said in that manner because he was so done with them just like not getting through the line.
Yeah, he was like, I'm so done with everything. He's like, ugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see again, yeah, like Natasha's
blame
laugh
him
is,
for.
yeah, Natasha's laugh is great.
I
Like, it
recently had to
really
deal with
helps
a
in those
drama
things.
project that made me wear a dress for some goddamn reason.
Oh.
And also most of my group for like the first like a few days, they just would not work on it like properly at all. They would just be memeing, listening to like stupid music.
I
not
think
even
we
getting
said that
what
was
I'm
going to
saying.
happen. Oh, kind of like Pop did with here, but I guess the music wasn't the ew song.
Yeah, it was like kind of backstage. It was like when they were practicing earlier. That was what was going on, except it was a much worse for me because it was like a group of like 6, and I was like the only one who was like being the one who's like, "Oi, maybe we should get things done."
Didn't we say that one point that one of the male characters would have to wear a dress in drama club at one point because there were like almost no girls in the club?
Right.
The only girl was Magenta, who refused to go on stage without putting a blindfold on.
Magenta, you know, wrong Aiden show.
Magenta.
Wrong Aiden show.
Wrong
yeah,
Aiden
right.
show.
Yeah, Tori.
Tori. Yeah. Tori can perform well. She actually has a great stage presence, but only when she's not on stage.
That kind of sounds like Victoria's Tori in the first episode.
Yeah. Also,
like, oh no, I can't sing this song. Oh no! And then like she gets on stage and she's just like, yes, do the thing. I'm performing and I'm singing and I'm amazing.
Meanwhile, there's Tori in Drama Club, who's quite literally liable to melt into a puddle of slime from even the contact of eyes.
Oof. Yeah. Also, I want to go on a bit of a mini rant real quick about Aiden because
God, not again.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Back when I first met him, he like did only Minecraft stuff, and then like when you came in, like he started doing gacha stuff, and then he just basically phased out Minecraft for most stuff.
He used to hate gacha before I got to him. I convert people. That's what I do.
Same goes here. Although I realized, maybe it's a bit less bad than I thought. Because music beats turned me around in the whole 360-degree circle, and I was like,
I mean, that's what I want to do. Well, part of the reason goal was again just show people that gacha didn't have to be what it was originally. It's why I subvert so many tropes in it.
I feel like Aiden though just completely ignores Minecraft's existence at this point because like I've barely seen him on Hypixel like at all, even just playing Minecraft at all.
I mean, honestly, before Mutant Girl, I used to do purely Minecraft stuff. It was mainly solo because I didn't have enough of a team to actually pull that off in the first place. But yeah, who knows? I have to start doing season 2 of Sonic at some point. So
yeah, I've always been more on like the Minecraft side of things, like period. Like the only non-Minecraft videos I've posted on my channel currently are like just Among Us videos, and I think one Booster Stuck video, and that's it.
And of course, your gacha review.
Yeah, but that's more of a stream than anything else. Everything else is just purely Minecraft and
all right.
video department.
Well, did that laugh? She almost sounds like her daughter. Interesting.
Huh.
Maybe Miller took inspiration.
Please,
oh, hold on. So Tori is basically you. I mean, yeah, I guess.
With the monster yeah! Give it up for Great 4! Yeah!
I do miss Natasha's ad-libs, honestly. Like, that really does make the character for me.
He was clapping.
You've all heard about Medusa in some way or another. You know about the snakes in her...
Yeah, but clearly I hadn't heard of, syncing up layers or anything, because
or even sound
what is this? Again, what I said before about, zooming in and things zooming in gacha, different rhythms, this is clearly what's happening here.
Her hair and the glance that would turn anyone stone, should they look her in the eye. But here's the side that you don't know.
Medusa is one of the 3 Gorgon sisters who lived at the edge of this world. She attracted the attention of Poseidon, god of the sea, despite being sworn into celibacy as a priestess of Athena.
I'm trying to read this line and I won't do a retake.
The two eventually fell in love.
With all my passion, as wildly as the sea itself, upon which I reign.
Poseidon, not to see how I long for thy tender embrace, dragging me down to the water. But landwalkers know not, show me the depths of thy domain, as through hearts show me the depths of thy passion.
Complicated paragraphs and rushing through the sentences, you say. I don't know. I don't see it.
But my love, it is forbidden.
Probably not a thing everyone would do.
You fool!
this part is supposed to inch closer and closer. And, it's meant to tease people because, at this point, they've been built up for a month because episode 4 came out a month before. It's like, are they going to kiss now? Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? And it gets
Of
closer.
course, it
Boom, done.
wasn't meant to last.
Now, of course, how did a couple of 12-year-old students manage to get this background? Not a clue.
Athena found Medusa and punished her for her actions, turning her into this snake-haired monster that everyone now wanted to slay. Perfectly healthy and normal-looking woman.
Oh, yeah. Well, it'll kind of second. I didn't do audio balancing so well.
Transfigured and tormented for the rest of her life.
And that's where the song was supposed to go, but either way.
What is this, a songfest? This is not what we agreed on.
Oh, and what did we agree on, Pa?
We agreed she would do a normal PowerPoint with a bunch of facts, not this high production nonsense.
She
What do you
would
consider
do
high
it
production,
pop.
Pop? Like, do you think that's high production? Like, for a school thing, maybe, but like, still, I've seen much higher things.
For a school thing. This is by school presentation standards.
Well, some of my friends have actually fully animated stuff for school presentations, so I call bias on that.
I suppose. I mean, if this was a presentation done by me, it would have a song attached to it, but again, never managed to record that in time.
You say you did none of the work?
No, miss, I did.
We were at your house, Pop. How could you not know this was the plan?
You traitor.
More and more will get full marks. Miss Josephine, stay behind after class, Missy.
Welcome home, sweet cheeks.
Hey, Dad.
Whoa, you sound cheerful. What happened in school today?
It's interesting. Like now, the new Sebastian sounds like super enthusiastic and cheerful versus new Silence, who is kind of the same but a bit more mellow.
A personal victory.
Sounds like something worth celebrating. Listen, Dad tells me you still like going to Gosling Pier. Do you want to go there?
And I know that you and I haven't got along for some time, apart from the fact that we have, we never explained that in the scene. But let's patch things up, despite the fact that we never set up an argument in the first place.
There again on Saturday?
Yeah, sure.
Really? Wow. It must have been a great day.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm lagging so much. Speeding up.
Yeah,
What
okay,
the
there we go.
hell did I witness? I literally just had the weirdest audio glitch of all time.
Oh, I don't know.
Like, it was just speeding up and then slowing down. It was weird. It was like lagging all over the place, the audio.
I
Also,
mean, the
I'm literally
speed up
just
and
playing
slowing down was
better
the
right
thing
now
that
at the same time.
I dealt with a few frames of this, with the way that I used to record Gacha, which was just how I did all of my Minecraft videos back then until I was told about Loilo, and then I eventually was called by Quadzi and said, "Oh, I'm just going to use Windows Game Capture from now on." So yeah, once again, time to evolve. But speaking of evolving, we've at last got to the point that we've been building up for ages.
Looking at the remake.
Indeed.
Fast improvements.
Oh, hold on, it's actually in my extension drives, because that's why I exported it before.
I'm just playing Bed Wars in the meantime.
Oh, I see. Special thanks.
I
Yes, this is
already got with this thing
course.
earlier.
Okay, we'll skip the fan art for now because it's we've seen that before. Showcase a few examples last time on the Mutant Girl. Okay, here we go. Here is the combination of the two intros that have been made over the years, and also the way that I decided to patch up any future any future recastings that I might have to do.
It's been quiet for a day now. Can't bear the silence inside my own head. I keep on hoping somehow we can.
Boom! Just have it in a bubble. There we go. Except for the fact that for some reason, no matter what I did, the keyframes would always start like flying off at this point, even if I copied and pasted and synced them up properly. So I guess just these for this time and this time only, they fly around.
Make this alright.
Not
Just
this one.
keep on trying. Class after class, I keep hoping you'll come around. Whatever can be found is.
BB's interesting case because I had to put her name over herself. You know, the original intro of this, like Happy Butter there already, but just for the sake of consistency.
I've given in to all my demons lately. You know, might be easier just to let it go. Cut the cable short and the problem solved. Might be easier.
And then my favorite thing to do in these intros.
For you, I do it all night. You're my only lifeline.
I know that's my favorite intro now. I'm glad I like the moving backgrounds. Yeah, I've been doing this in season 2 and I realized, oh hey, that's the thing I can do. That will make it stand out a bit more and have it be much less staticky.
I mean, I'm just like concentrating on both Bed Wars and this, so
Yeah, that might have been a bad call.
yeah. Don't worry, I've already watched the remake, so.
Well, yeah, of course. All right, and now we have Sebastian in the much faster paced version of the slow build up from before.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna see him in the car now. Also, Aiden insisted on Empress being present somewhere, so here we go. We've got Jackson and Brad from Running With You, and we've also got Liam. All these people in the middle of the night just happen
Why
to be
in the middle of the night? Also, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Mostly people will be past their bedtime, but oh wait, actually, hold on.
Did I just hear a bat dying?
Yeah,
I just.
I've realized that it occurs to me now that it becomes broad daylight by the time that that Mowena's at Pop's house. How long does it take to make that cocoa? Honestly,
Time is flexible.
yeah,
Almost
maybe
as flexible as my self-esteem.
Yeah, maybe she was still being like taken over there by the time that the sun hadn't come out. But by the time she got there, and we see that next scene, it wasn't happening simultaneously. Just implied that happened simultaneously.
Also, I completely just forgot about the thing I was gonna do today, but I'm gonna have to delay it to tomorrow.
Oh yeah, the Donkey Kong thing. Yeah, I should have offered like a paired link or something so you could stream this as well on your channel. But either way,
yeah, it doesn't work for me. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know why he's going.
And he gets out. Yeah, it's like immediately, boom! Not even barely like stops the car, and he's out. I'm pretty sure cars have they all have a stopping distance, so he'd have been run over by his own car there.
I'm back.
And now we got the
Dad!
voice actor Sebastian I don't like. He sounds way too eccentric.
You came back! Well, I had the week off and thought that I might as well use the time. Do you mind if I lay down for a while? I've just traveled for 4 hours.
Of course. I'll bring you a cup of hot chocolate just how you like it.
He sounds way too excited and I don't like it.
And while he's preparing the coffee, the sunrise begins. But when we see him and we see Rowena, it's a bit later and not simultaneously. There, plot hole fixed.
So, where's
speaking of holes,
my favorite sister then?
You just missed her.
By the way, I can firmly declare that as long as I edit any particular scene, this issue will never happen again. This one happens to be one of Aiden's ones that he did, but for me, this will never happen again because I now know a way to counteract that.
She thought with some classmates doing a group project of some description.
Aww, making new friends.
Oh yeah, Sebastian's eyes are transparent too, but it just looks like they're blue. The blue, but it's the same blue of the couch
I
behind.
expect.
Well, about that.
And
the
here we
scene
go
that has the
again.
most problematic production.
Seriously? Look at her hair.
Try and find out the stare.
Guys, can't you help just a little bit, please? Not fun.
And because I know Genius was a cut, so I put the looking really silly part. Was my best fix for that. And yeah, of course, Silas is carrying to his own son. Yeah, that's what dads do. I mean, well, or supposed to anyway. Yeah, again, another subversion of gacha at the time. The parents are actually, decent human beings.
Yeah.
Funny, you two need
Unlike
to
in
pull your
most
weight up.
gachas where they're just abusive, manipulative pieces of human garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
If I ever think of a piece of human garbage, I'm just gonna refer to David IB from now on because that's all I know. Human pieces of garbage.
Yeah, I saw that video that you shared. Yeah.
On this project. Who do you?
There you go. She falls like a normal person. Also, all the layering is correct this time. I made sure of that, and I even actually this is of course again the scene that I learned Fire Up Pack in order to do. But one of the things that I haven't mentioned here is that this laptop here, is not custom made really, but it's custom dyed. I made it the same pink as Pop's typical branding, so it's compliant to be her laptop. Once again, reinforcing pink as her color. And also there's two glasses there for the lemonade. Because I've realized that it just has lemonade in the original, and is she gonna share a bottle of made with Marwick? Was that what was gonna happen? But no. We've got two glasses now because the freak show's not getting any of it, so just her and Marwick. However, I realized right as I was finishing this scene, after I've already exported it or anything, and after I was like, okay, I'm basically done with this after 3 weeks, I forgot to add a speaker. The music is coming out of nowhere and just stops. That was the issue in the original, but I forgot to put a speaker in to fix it in the remake. So yeah, I was gonna be oh, maybe Marwick turns it off while this happens, but nope, it just straight up doesn't exist.
Is this map skin darker than how it used to be?
That's a result of Gacha Life to Gacha Club conversion. I think maybe what I did when I transferred over to Gacha Club was I went through the more saturated skin tones, like that particular set of colors rather than the ones underneath. Either that, or it's just because the video quality is different, so it actually accounts for that now. It doesn't look dark and grim for no reason.
Think you are talking to me like that? I invite you to my luxury house, play some quality music for you, and this is your attitude? Now either you keep working on the project or go shed your skills and fail this assignment.
Oh, and of course,
that's a bit more dark than it needs to be, Pop. Okay, I wasn't able to bring this up in the original part, but that line is just so dark because he's just wanting her to kill herself, basically.
What? No, shedding your scales. That's something that reptiles do. She has a dragon tail.
But still,
don't shed your scales to the point of bleeding to death. No, shed your scales as reptiles do, and then continue.
Shedding is a natural part of a reptile's.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I do think that Morwenna does actually shed at some point, but she just never talks about it.
I don't even think we see it.
No, she would never let her soul see her like that. Yeah. Pop has more saturated, so yeah, same issue. Hair, skin, basically everything. Yeah, also the new videos go up to 4K now, so there's, more to see in general.
More of the flaws, yeah.
And the reason why this is valuable platform here is because I'm actually now able to include, the pop leitmotif the Hyperborean Menace. I play that track only around pop, and I've been doing that since season 1, episode 8, because that's when I thought of the idea. So that's been her constant theme. What was it? Episode 6. I forget when I introduced it for the first time. Oh, it might have been 6. So now it comes in everywhere that it was supposed to in season 1. Fantastic.
Why, you little...
And there was my very first gacha animation in
I need to see
the
that again, 'cause I
most
was gonna be
typical sense of the
dying.
word. The
Let me
word.
see that again.
Oh yeah, you want to go? Okay, you want to go frame by frame.
Who do you think you are talking to me like that?
I'll try and
I
pause it.
invite you to my luxurious house,
be
play
totally
some
impossible, though,
quality
if we
music
stream.
for you, and this is your attitude? Now either you keep working on the project or go shed your skills and fail this assignment.
Why, you little...
Oh dang it! I couldn't pause in time.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I see how it was. It actually looks kind of 3D with the way it moves.
Oh yeah, that's because I actually like with the dresser particularly, I use the free transform feature so I can actually
Yeah.
you know, and
I know
so
how
it
to do
looks
that
like it
kind
falls
of
on the floor
effect in
now
DaVinci Resolve.
rather than on its side. Yeah, I don't know how to
Yeah.
do that in Vegas. I don't know if it's they're
I
fishing
don't
in
think
Vegas,
there's
but
even
it is in
feature for
Fire
that in
Alpaca.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest, it is kind of fun to play with the free transform tools in Fire Alpaca.
Yeah, I did that with the laptop as well because the laptop wasn't really balanced on the table. You know, I said before that the layers were an issue. Yeah, well, in this case, it was more like the laptop could be on the table, but it was like precariously balanced. So I was like, just bring it down a bit.
Like, that's one of the things Fire Alpaca comes in handy for.
Yeah, I am definitely. In fact, the another thing that it came in handy for was actually the intro, the videos being all on like three different lines basically.
Yeah.
Instead of having like what,
Bajillion
23
PNGs
layers or
and layers,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, 23 layers. No, I just put them in Fire Alpaca this time. I'm
whatever
so glad.
program
'Cause,
you
like,
use.
yeah, I'm so glad that I'm able to use that now. Like, this whole endeavor with this mirror and stuff. The reason I even got the program in the first place, like it's actually opened up like my eyes to so many solutions that I can apply to like everything. Even Alpha Witch Academy, for example.
Yeah,
One of
you
the
could probably
big issues
also
that
make
I
like
had
better
was the fact that
if
a
you
bunch of
wanted to,
people
you
were
could try and make better posing for the characters in a Fire Alpaca, but that'd probably be pain.
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, but I mean in terms of like I have a lot of issues with layers in Vegas and how it constantly like glitches out and stuff. That's what happened with the lab scene with Felix and a bunch of other stuff. But if I can just put some images in, make them transparent, and I'm not have the issue with chroma keying everything, and put those in, I won't have to export tiny sections down every time in order to actually be able to edit anything in the first place, like at all. So again, really, really useful. So I can now see why everyone was screaming at me to actually use art programs for this medium that everyone uses art programs for so long. I get
Yeah.
it now. I'm sorry.
But some people go
taken that
over the
long.
top of it and use animation programs, so it's okay. It's
Okay,
okay.
well, yes. I mean, look, that's another thing. In fact, BB actually asked me if this is going to be me using Fire Alpaca was like a transition into the Mutant Girl becoming animated. I then reminded her that the Mutant Girl already has a slow as heck release schedule, so I'm
I'll
not
just
going
make
to
it even
tempt fate with
slower.
that. Yeah, I'm not going to tempt fate with that. Like, there's got to be yes, Mutant Girl has always has been enlightened me to like new editing techniques and different things to enhance my videos. And now I'm like literally a professional editor, so I can. So that was due to what I've learned from the Mutant Girl. I still continue to apply that to this
I
day.
feel like the full-on
But
animation that would be a bit too much.
I was gonna say, well, I mean, there comes a time when I have to realize, like, yes, there's only very few of us, and in fact, at some points, it's literally just
you and Aiden.
It's literally either just me or just me and Aiden, and yeah, I need to value like efficiency as well as innovation of techniques.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I guess that means I've after this I've got to go back to the next swimming scene in Mutant Girl Season 3, which yay, fun.
As opposed to me, who literally is using Fire Alpaca to make small animations like folding paper.
I mean, I can't fault you for that. That's literally what we saw
I'm
here.
on the other side of the animation spectrum and just using 3D because I find it easier.
I think small animations make sense,
Honestly,
yeah.
valid.
I can see why 3D would be. Yeah, I get that.
That was mahogany. You'll pay for
It
that.
looks more like paper than mahogany, but we'll go with it.
You know what? They come from the same place.
Literally pay.
They come from the same
You
trees.
owe me $500.
Yes, the place being trees. That was yeah.
There's
no way that
And,
cost you.
By the way, I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
Oh. All right then.
It is late in the afternoon.
This is true.
I gotta go get some work done on the Moncom. See you fools later.
All right. Good luck with those small animations. Okay. Got to possibly think we make it look good. There is that, yeah. And I think we talked about Morwenna and Pop's outfits already because Emily mentioned how this is her favorite Morwenna outfit. And why the yellow lines around Marwick. This part of Marwick right now was actually done by William. So I guess William can explain that part.
Green screen sucks at times. I don't actually remember much about that at that point.
Yeah.
It's been like a month since I even thought about that scene entirely because I just gave it up to Jacob.
Yeah. So,
but speaking of, we could probably go into now about the production issues with this scene alone due to me leaving the editor's team at that point.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you what. Yeah, you start with that. So because obviously your part comes first.
I left the Ingo's editor team mainly due to both lack of motivation for Gacha projects at this point, and also just me being overall just done with Gacha like properly. And basically, at that point, I was just lack of motivated for anything really. So yeah, I kind of just stopped working Gacha stuff around that point. When I had a script for something that I said cancel very quickly due to certain things after that.
Yeah, divided yandere, I guess. You could do that in Minecraft, technically speaking.
I probably could. It would just be very difficult. I don't do Minecraft roleplay stuff like at all anymore. And one of the VAs, I'm pretty sure one of the VAs, one of the most important VAs, I just had a complete falling out with. So yeah,
I see.
Makes it even worse.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, from my my perspective, when we first assigned like the scenes for episode 4 particularly, because episode 5 the VAs took a bit longer to record for that because there's a few of them went, okay, so episode 4 now, they'll do episode 5 and I've got more time, and then they never had more time. So episode 4 was done way before, or at least it was. So what I do with the Mutant Girl is like I finish up all the audio. That's always me, that part, and I put all the lines together, and then I will leave them in the Mutant Girl server for the editors to choose which scenes with a bit of a description of what they're involved in.
Goddamn reason I always choose the longest ones at this point. It's always the worst for me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So you, in that situation, you chose the longest. Like you asked me which one was the longest. And
yeah, that was my fault on my part.
Yeah, this episode had a very clear answer to that because the thing is, like the first bit with Sebastian and Silas. Yeah, I kind of forced that into 3 different scenes. They all ended up being done by Aiden, so they could have just been one person the whole time.
Yeah.
And then there was the end part, and basically like everything else takes place in this one location. Yeah, again, done before I had editors, so why split up? And I do have a lot of long scenes like this in the Music Guide in general. It's one of my writing things where the characters they exist in the moment in real time, and we get to live through that moment with them for a lot longer. If you want to compare to Fallen Angels, like I said before, issue with that is that the story is so complex in comparison that you can't really sit through too many things at once. Yeah. It's much more geared in the style of an epic, minus the 2,000 pages worth of content to balance it out. But yeah, with the musical, that's why there are a few long scenes. This is one of the prime examples of that. So that meant that basically this scene was almost like the entire episode, which is why it took me so long after William dropped out to finish this up. But also, I didn't want to start from scratch because I didn't want to, you to put all that effort in and have that in vain, which is why I didn't change the looking very silly like a genius part. And also I didn't change Marwick here. He does kind of like, he actually teleports over during this portion. But I cut that out with, the new angles and such. But the actual thing is that sometimes that it would be just the way that William worked on it was, I guess, going through one character at a time.
Yeah.
So there was a lot more of
far with any of them.
There was a lot more of Morwenna than there was of Marwick, and there was 0 of Pop.
Yeah, there was a lot more work than Morwenna, actually. What I recall.
Yeah, well, one of them, yeah, either one. One of them was more balanced than the other. So, and that works fine. That was perfectly fine when you're the only person doing it, and when you know how it's all gonna shape out, and you have all of the raw exports.
Unfortunately, when there's more than one person doing it, it's a bit more complicated.
Yeah, if you send that off in an unfinished state to another person, then you end up with a few issues that I had. So
yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, all right. Water under the bridge now. It's over. My God, is it over? And honestly, like, if it weren't for that whole incident, I wouldn't have ever touched Fire Alpaca. So I guess silver lining, $500.
Ah, silence, Marwick. Whose side are you on anyway? And you? Finish up the project and I'll knock down the fee to 400. Capiche?
Pop, can we get some more of that lemonade you brought up?
Yeah, sure.
Yay,
I'm
it's
getting a
Marwick
bit thirsty
again.
anyway.
Woo. Oh, that's why you haven't seen the presentation scene yet, because you weren't there. Oh, okay, yeah. How are you
I wasn't,
getting on with
like,
things?
there for the rest of the progress to be sent. So I didn't even see any of the scenes other than the parts I didn't mind. So
I see. Speaking of progress being sent, Ghost Kitty has just sent a version of Morwenna over, which I think was the 4-year-old version, or Wenna, if you will. And yeah, I'll put that on the screen in a second. Just downloading that. And and Beanie Boy's here. Welcome back. Once again, you came back too early for your scene. Okay, here we go. So here is 4 Wenna.
4 Wenna? What?
4-year-old Morwenna. It's my horrible joke. Yeah.
Looks nice.
That was done by Ghost Kitty just now. That's not for the art, by the way. That was in reference to the appearance thing.
Yeah.
So
There's
yeah,
a lot more art we were saving for in the next episode.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's considering how long it's been since the last Mutant Girl release, there's been a lot of fan art that's been collected over time,
It's
but a
kind of
lot
hard
of
to
it.
keep track of it when
Yeah, I
lot of
put all of them. I put them all in a folder as soon as I encounter them, so I know like what episode they're going to appear in and who it's done is for. But I had to pick here because a lot of them were done for season 3. I mostly just picked out the ones that were either like Blubber season 3, but not so many, or could technically be applied to like any of them. Some use season 3 designs, but the basic idea. Most of the other ones, the other characters who are only in season 3, so they wouldn't really make sense to put in here, and other stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, drawing is of Little Morwenna, who was made by Emily. Okay, so we didn't see the that was Emily's behind the scenes mission with Ghost Kitty. I should grab short clips from the music album, the shorts or TikToks. Actually, I've done a few of those in the past.
Mostly just like
Mo-
editing things.
Yeah, in fact, Aiden himself has done that a few times. Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. Yeah, it does depend. Sometimes there's an issue with aspect ratio and the way that I zoom with the camera angles that I can't really account for that. Aiden has a much easier
Yeah.
time because he uses way more long shots. Also, I do some of them where it was like original versus remake and have the same scenes that are clipped from in between, and then eventually I forgot and stopped doing them because I got, I sidetracked. But you are right, and of course, I do take that from the resident TikTok expert here, so makes sense. I'll get back to doing some more of those then. Maybe some versus remakes of this, or just I don't know, in general. Who knows? Things.
Like you care.
If you need me to do anything.
Really? Well, I could
Hold
use
on.
some help with the dialogue. I have
it's
all the
paused.
stage directions complete.
Okay, hold on. Right. No, Mutant Girl is not finished. It's just an annual tradition at this point to do a remake of an episode or two of season 1.
The Mutant Girl has been going on for so long. It's like, yeah.
There's a very clear quality difference between like the new stuff and
the old stuff.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just the case that see, episodes 2 and 3 were combined because they were really short and they work in time together. Episodes 4 and 5 are combined because Aiden, forced my hand and then reaped the consequences. He had to do like half of the episode anyway, so he reaped the consequences for himself.
Oof.
Yeah,
because everyone else just dipped.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm not usually a fan of remakes. That's why I clarify that I don't like spending too much time, unlike what I've been doing recently, going over like the old stuff. But Music Gold is still very much carrying on. So yes, don't worry, Terry will return. He's got an arc in season 3, so he'll be more relevant.
Yeah. I feel like when it comes to remakes, like when it comes to the amount of time that it takes to make the remakes, they could also just be spent making more episodes of Action Girl.
Yes, that's what I would much rather be doing that. Much rather.
But Aiden is like, I want to do remake.
Yeah, and like I understand because like I watch the original episodes now and I think I could do that so much better because, well, I mean, I could. The evidence is right here. But at the same time, I'm always one of those people who's like, I don't tend to delete too many things that I do in the past or like shy away from the progress that I have made. Because it can be cringy to look at yourself, but then you can also be like, wow, it's only cringy because I've evolved so much since then. So of course that's just the natural order of things. So I don't mind that too much, especially because a lot of the Mutant Girl fan base comes from people watching the new episodes and then going back to see the start of it. And clearly by the time they get to see the start of it, it's like, wow, this is super old. When was this made? 2019. Makes sense. That used to be the case anyway. Because now we've got the first 5 episodes remade, so I guess people are going to be like, "Oh, well, this is."
We got like 5 more episodes
always
to go
the case.
in that case.
I wonder what's going to happen if people start watching the remakes all the way through and then get to episode 6.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck happened here?
Yeah, I feel like that would be kind of a weird whiplash.
Yeah, so we are eventually going to have to get through all of season 1, but I'm prepared to wait a few more years for that to happen.
Yeah.
Scooch over.
Like at least 2 or 3.
Never mind, I'll stand. Yeah. I mean, here's the other thing about waiting a year for these remakes and restricting them to there is that the progress difference is, again, more noticeable every time. With Aiden, he didn't wait long before fixing the Fallen Angels mistakes, which honestly weren't as severe editing-wise as the Mutant Girl. And because we keep our scripts for the remakes, it doesn't make too much of a difference for him. In fact, some of his remake stuff looks almost exactly the same as the original.
Because Aiden hasn't involved in his editing barely at all.
Well, I mean, I guess, but he also didn't give himself enough time to evolve in between the remakes of Fallen Angels episodes, and that's why, I'm prepared to wait.
Okay, so I thought of starting with some pre-recorded narration, which I've already written out. Then I skip forward to Medusa and Poseidon already in Athena's temple.
How about we start off with Medusa? I wooed thee with all my passion, as wildly as the sea itself upon which I reign.
Wow, that's pretty poetic.
Hey, you can't beat the classic style. Lots of classics are still as relevant today as they ever were originally.
Oh, in which case, how about we write, "Oh, Poseidon, lord of the sea, how I've longed for thy tender embrace, dragging me down to the watery world land walkers know not. Show me the depths of thy domain as thou hast shown me the depths of thy passion."
But my love, it is forbidden!
Fake laughter. Yeah.
Kiss me, you fool.
God. What in the world?
And the leitmotif
You
comes back.
get out of here now. And now my chair too? How could you? Leave.
Leave.
Now.
There we go. See the difference between like the what in the world here versus what in the world you're gonna have here now. Like it's night and day. Seriously. Okay, also speaking again, Miller, please never leave. Speaking of art, I did a random drawing of Agatha the other day. Tried to make it like someone taking a photo of her and imagine that person is Julius. Well, send it over and I can put that in the fan art section too. You know. All fan art is always welcome. My mouse is being weird. There. And this is where I take my time and make it much slower. Making up for that car scene before that's, got sped up by Aiden. And also the fact that I can do face shadows now and know how to make people cry, like in Gacha.
Yeah.
Mom?
Yes, sweetie? Is everything alright?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I can tell from your voice. What happened?
I just...
Do you need me to come pick you up?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be at the house in 15 minutes.
No, not the house. I'll meet you at the end of the driveway.
But I want to come in and say thank you to the parents and...
Mom, please!
The parents didn't even show up. We never get to see Pop's parents, ever.
I'll see you soon, Pumpkins.
Well, they're definitely in the house.
Yeah, we just never see them.
Yeah. I already have enough flack for the parents that do show up not having enough screen time, so... Yeah. Also, I sometimes go back and forth imagining like what Pop's parents are like, honestly.
We're back.
Sis! I miss you so much.
Sebastian?
I saw a cut.
And that was, well, yeah, that was originally where the episode ended. I didn't know if we'd get enough time to do episode 5 in the end, so... But...
Yeah, I just I saw cut to black originally. I was like,
Yeah, there was a few parts in the final export where I could have gone through it more thoroughly, but I literally did not have any more time anymore.
Yeah.
I was done. That being said, I do. This was done around the time when I was first. Obviously, I first met Shorty before the scene happened because this was originally, her debut as Reina.
Yeah.
But before that happened, I mean, I guess it must have been a coincidence because that's the only reason I did meet her was because Maya resigned as Geneva and Reina. So yeah, which I guess it's a coincidence then because I thought there was because of Taming the Bad Boy and the fact that I like how it opens up right after the last episode concluded, which I eventually realized was because Shorty was rushing to get an episode out pretty much every day and just kind of left the scenes, sort of unrealized at the end. But I did like how it essentially made it look like it was like one long movie or something. Considering we now do movie edits, it makes it would be ideal.
So much better, yeah. I'm planning to for things to feature. I'm planning to if I do any more Minecraft stuff, like any Minecraft role plays again, I'm planning to just like make it all one cohesive thing.
Okay,
It starts off from the last episode, like immediately the next one or whatever. But the thing is about that, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get even started or finished because like so many things have changed like within the past few months. That's like there's no way in God's green earth that's something's gonna happen for the next while.
one thing you could do is that Aiden does really well is just write the whole script in advance and get people to send in all their lines at once.
Yeah, probably so. The thing about that, though, is I have a lot of trouble keeping my motivation up for scripts. And that is something... I have a project currently going that I'm going to have to revise the script so many times. Because, like, currently it's way too short.
And you can work on that in your... I was going to say, you can work on that in your spare time. Either that or team up with somebody.
Me and my friend M does stuff that's actually been working on that script. Like, we've already worked on it a bit.
Okay.
Like, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna get someone else to help, like, make it look better and also just a bit more less exposition.
Oh, I can absolutely help out with that.
Yeah, I definitely would like some help with that later on. Probably not today, but we'll get going on with the stream almost like.
Hey, look, I got to use that degree for something. So definitely.
Yeah, we're only going on for like I think 3 hours. Jesus Christ.
Yes, and only now does Quadzy show up. Hello.
You are late. Like a whole episode late.
Well, I mean, 2
also,
episodes.
say hello to my PNG tuber now.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, hasn't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just show the picture of
I
Agatha.
haven't really been keeping an eye on the chat. Joshua's been very quiet most of the time. I think. Either that or just haven't paid attention.
Okay. What do you mean you're late? Well, it's been 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 46 seconds, so no option to be here. Hey, look, it's fine. Again, if you know, we're glad that you're here, and also if you wanna hop in and talk about this stuff, because that's just a thing that she says. Don't worry. I don't know. Next thing she'll be telling you that's racially motivated or something. That's like her go-to insult. Okay. Anyway, here is Agatha in the picture. I like to imagine a story for this picture. This when I saw this, I thought because someone's taking a photo of her, because she obviously like has no idea where she's looking at any given time. I like to think that Judas was like, okay, so just like hold your fingers like that. It's like, okay, and you'll maybe look. This will look good, right? You'll make me look good doing this. Oh yeah, of course I will.
You're only shooting at the head, Julius. You maybe shoot more at a body shot instead of just the head.
Yeah,
maybe. Fingers.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe he zoomed in or something, but I don't think that was the case.
Maybe he just did it.
Yeah, the camera like inches away from her.
Did I do something wrong?
Of course not, Honey Bunch. But give her a moment. She just needs a few minutes alone.
More like an entire weekend.
Yeah, here's an idea that I had as well for this scene about keeping Sebastian on the left side of all of his shots and Morwenna on the right side of her shots, and having them never share the camera despite the fact that they're in the same room. Because I thought, well, what better way to signify how they've drifted apart as people than being like they can occupy the same space, but at some point they're still somewhat strangers to each other.
Hey, sis. Don't think I came empty-handed. I come bearing gifts.
Thanks.
That sounded forced. Come on. Why are you in a bad mood?
Wouldn't get it.
Try me.
Okay, I guess, his arm was in frame with her feet or whatever, but you get the point.
Not worth it.
Fine. I tried. I'll just leave the gift bag on your desk.
The desk is right there.
Yeah, leftover from when I didn't know which bag I was going to use for Wenna's bedroom.
And then did you open the present?
No, okay.
I don't want anything from him.
It's a deleted scene.
Why not? Because I'm sick of...
My mouse needs to...
Yeah, and the scene that I have another problem with, the sudden VA change of Morwenna out of nowhere.
Yeah, again, this is when Nova... actually, that was the thing. Aiden took a few of the scenes and deliberately swapped out Nova But I mean Vicky on Venus for Nova's original lines, because eventually, like I said before, the backups will get replaced again if the VA actually manages to send things in way after we've already continued. By this point, the scene was already like in motion, and again, matter of time.
Yeah. Let's just see the scene through.
Yeah. Okay, there's that, but also I had to say something, because I mean, again, this scene that no one has seen before now
is crucial to the plot.
Yes, that's the thing. Like it goes into why Morwenna resents Sebastian, and it also goes into it also hints stuff about Pete, which is why Pete feels empty. Well, past the whole like framing plot from the other episodes and the friendship with Marwick, like he has nothing to do in season 2 at all, because that would have been a good time to indulge in this transformation. Even because I said it about season 2 planned at the time, actually go into more details as I continue to write season 1.
Yeah.
But no, because of that, there's a whole meme about, Pete never getting enough screen time anymore and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, because
this is the reason.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, did you use the right effect? Oh, hold on. Yes, you used the right effect here to go with the effect of the camera focusing on Agatha. Indeed.
All right, let's go.
All right. Actually, I need to restart because we were talking over the beginning of it. So. Okay, this is about as good as I can do.
Fine, I tried. I'll just leave the gift bag on your desk.
And then did you open the present? No, I don't want anything from him. But why not? Because I'm sick of him. He's in college, has a girlfriend, a part-time job, and extra cash on the side. He's the perfect young adult. And what am I? The weak and quiet little girl with a massive dragon tail.
Yep, jealousy and insecurity. Because of course she's insecure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I can say to that. In any case, I have other things to worry about. It's presentation day in English class.
Ugh, say no more. Mrs. Dysart gave the same task to my group. Which myth did you pick?
Medusa.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna just stress the first. Yeah. This is canon now. Yeah, we will be.
Yep.
We'll be referencing this. In fact, actually, it was BB herself that encouraged me to put this part back in for Pete in the first place. Like the arc, not really. The scene I was always going to put back in for when we got around to the remakes, but the arc itself, moving forward into later seasons, was BB who convinced me. Yeah, this can still technically happen.
I picked that one out because the other two didn't care what we did.
See, I had a debate for mine. I convinced my friends to research Tiresias.
Confirmed, he has other friends they can hang out with.
Yeah,
there we go. As he's not excluded from the group, he has his own friendship group.
Oh, that's a new one for me. Who is he?
Well, most people know him as the blind prophet of Thebes, but I chose him
because what?
Nothing, I can't say.
Of course you can, come on.
No, I don't feel comfortable telling you.
Are you serious? Here I am pouring my heart out to you and you're keeping secrets from me?
It's not my fault, okay? I've known you for less than, 2 weeks? What were you expecting?
Hey! We will have no raised voices indoors.
They're not really raising their voices, but, I did my best.
What is happening?
Also, Mr. Grayson, again, he had his issue with the chroma key in his eyes, and I managed to fix it, and now you can't tell.
Yeah, you've cropped it out properly.
I've masked it. I learned how to do masking.
Nothing, sir.
Good.
Nothing important.
I'm surprised people haven't
also,
fixed that since the beginning.
Also, Pete's shirt. It literally did not occur to me that there was a way around that until very recently. It's like, wait a minute, there's a way people change the people. I originally would go this because Pete's sweater with the red screen, I forgot that it was going to be altered. So I was like, wait a minute, people have a way of artificially changing the color of stuff in edits. And I actually thought of Little Karibo and his portrayal of of darts from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series during this. Like, wait a minute, if that's a possibility for like every single frame, maybe there's a way to alter something as a select area. I just came across a tutorial that happened to talk about masking. I was like, wait a minute, I can just do that separate layer on top with the chroma key. It'd be exactly alike. I've duplicated it.
I want to figure out how to do masking in DaVinci Resolve, but I doubt I'll figure that out currently. As when it comes to video editing stuff, I haven't really been motivated as much. But I plan to have a video coming out soon about the Donkey Kong show. Once I get the Let's Watch done and force my friends to sit through that, that's when I'll probably get the video recorded and edited, and I'm having a stroke.
Okay, I get it. I recognize that blonde girl on the right of the screen. I can't remember her name. Well, her name is Narissa, and yes, she has the very essential role of being one of the very few extras that we actually have from season 1.
Yeah.
Back before I made too many gacha characters, before imports and exports, to actually have them not appear anymore. Because I get more out of that character, he would never do that. See, here's the thing: you haven't seen too much of Pete's character, so again, unable to account for that. And yeah, Moena's actually prying into a very sensitive issue for him, but he doesn't want to say what it is right now. This is just the build-up into that being a thing. I guess I technically could have like applied that scene later, because I do mention Pete being a convincing Tiresias later, but but the thing is, like, that comes out of pretty much nowhere. It also, again, the scene serves the purpose of bit of Moena's insecurities around Sebastian and everything. But as far as Pete goes, I like to build these things up early so they don't come out of nowhere afterwards. It's like, oh, this was always the case. Well, great, but was there like anything else you could say that was like leading into this? And I could say, well, actually, yes, there was, and this is blah 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 blah. Again, I'm not going to say what it is in here, because that's, again, we're literally just the first seedlings.
Okay.
But yeah, it is to do with what's in here. This scene overall is just Moena being in the wrong on 2 accounts. She resents Sebastian for reasons beyond his control, and she pries into stuff about Pete because she assumes that her issues, like her insecurities, end up being so much more severe because he's always been the one who has been like most affected that she knows out of like being ostracized by people. But there is, like even as going as far back as the original song that inspired the music in the first place, there's a little bit of a hint in there.
Okay, let's continue.
You made Narissa and the twins in your style. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, the extras.
Okay, well, keep it down. If you have a problem, talk to me. If not, may there be peace on the Western Front.
Yes, sir.
Now he's turning into Mrs. Dysart with his way of language.
A bit. That's just how I wrote like the adults of being like way fancier than the kids, because I knew that my kid dialogue was very mature. So it's like, well, guess what? The adult dialogue was extra mature. That's just how it works in this series.
Yeah.
Take that.
Right, my lovelies, it's presentation time. Who would like to go first? Yes,
Aiden forgot to read the highlights in this scene.
Julius, I know you're aching to go, but I'm trying to get other students to show their enthusiasm.
Is this gonna happen every time I put my hand up?
Pretty much, yes. Now,
Yeah, Judas and Mrs. Dysart's whole dynamic was inspired by a few teachers that I had, where because like I was one of the young people participating in class, I would end up, being kind of ignored. Even like the drama club that Beanie Boy and I were a part of, I eventually learned to only put my hand up if like I was if like no one else did, because otherwise I'd just like answer all the questions that were being asked and everything. So yeah, it's almost like there's like it was like a comical exaggeration of what Judas perceived to be a somewhat of resentment towards him, which is not the case at all, really. It's just the circumstances. Yeah.
Favoritism.
Both Judas and Mrs. Dysart both Judas and Raina have different appeals toward Mrs. Dysart. Judas wants to be noticed more by her, and Raina wants to be noticed a little less. Except in this scene, but we'll get to that.
Any other students want to go?
Why?
Already
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the tale of Sisyphus, trimmed down to only 5 minutes. Hopefully. Sisyphus was the king of Ephyra, now known as Corinth. During his life, he was known for killing guests to his kingdom and the hatred towards his brother Salmonius.
As much as I love as much as I love like the way that DJ Savix does it in the original, I love Beanie Boy's explanation here, like the way that he actually announces the class and everything. It's very it's very actory, and obviously I know exactly where that comes from because again, same drama club. And yes, it's you. It's you indeed. Like the scenes that show the outsides of the school. Oh, the establishing shots? Yeah. I've been actually using the same establishing shots for each of the rooms, like Mr. Grayson's room. I used the same one from an earlier remake. It's a bit more consistent in here. Hey, look, you still have one of the most quotable lines in the series. We went over that before. Anyways, moving on to the characters. Sisyphus versus Salmoneus.
Sisyphus, you are aware that your killing sprees are a violation against Xena hospitality. Zeus will not allow your deeds to go unpunished.
Be gone, brother, and be grateful that the slaying of Kingsmen is also a punishable act.
Sisyphus went to the Oracle of Delphi to see what could be done about killing his brother.
I am the spirit of Delphi. I will answer the questions 3.
There we go.
Raina was so keen to do this presentation, right?
Raina, see, there it is. I need to talk to Phantom a bit more. I only ever talk to him to get lines from him, so we have to hang out more. Just,
I'm glad the
discuss
one
things.
VA who was specifically contacted for only this from Aiden out of nowhere did not have to say any of the actual characters' names, because he would have probably pronounced it so wrong.
Yeah, that happens a lot. That's one of the things with you can tell it with Aphmau stuff as well, that a few of the voice actors will hang out around with her a lot more, partake in the mini games and stuff. They have a better grasp of the shows themselves versus the ones that are kind of in everything.
But she got distracted watching Mighty Python videos.
I only came for one question, but thank you. I came to discover what I should do to get rid of my brother.
Use your children to dethrone him.
Ooh, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Was he a king too? Not like I really care.
Yes, he was the king of Elis and founder of Salmon.
Hold on. Which is better, the Blackjacks from this remake or Countess and Fallen Angels? Looking from purely the mutant girl perspective, I'm gonna have to say Blackjacks. Cammy has been the closest consistently out of anyone who came after Natasha up until Blackjack, who again, big fan of the show. I haven't hung out with her too much recently, but we've talked about the mutant girl extensively, and again, she very has a grasp of the character, and it's actually when I cast her, she said, "Oh, I've got big shoes to fill with Mrs. Dysart." It's I actually was very relieved to hear that, because that meant that she understood that there was a precedent, because Natasha left such a legacy behind. So yeah, and of course, one of the first proper elongations in a long time that comes in later. Kylie with that hair bow, it fits her. All right, fair enough. I don't think her outfit changed in between this part of the season and later. Could be wrong.
I mean, not that I care either. Anyway, Sisyphus marries Salmonius' daughter Tyro and has 2 sons to use in the plan of revenge. But Tyro learns the plan and kills the boys.
Zeus couldn't allow this act to go unpunished. He ordered Thanatos, death personified, to escort him to Tartarus when his time was up. But he was tricked twice.
I am Thanos.
Is Thanatos here to chain me up?
But before Thanatos did his job...
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess because I didn't highlight this in the script, Aiden missed out on the part here where they face palm because you said Thanos instead of Thanatos. Anyway,
Sisyphus asked for a demonstration of how the chains worked.
And we still have Sisyphus in here, always.
Thanatos imprisoned himself. For a while, no mortals were dying, and eventually Sisyphus released him after threats from the gods. The second time, Sisyphus asked his new wife to mistreat his.
Actually, for most of these lines, I like said to Akira, can we do like them all again? Because you've been saying like Sisyphus for everyone, and then afterwards he just sent like everything back a second time. Like, I mean, I didn't mean you had to send like everything, just the ones we say the word Sisyphus, but all right, fine, I'll use these.
Corpse and throw it naked on the streets.
My dedication.
No, we're not showing that part.
Persephone heard this and let him live as revenge.
The third time, Sisyphus went willingly into the underworld, but Hermes was there to greet him.
I tell you what,
Sisyphus. We have decided that if you push this boulder to the
Because again, she's being a tryhard. She finally gets to be the tryhard that she was always meant to be.
top of this hill, we shall make you immortal.
It's interesting, I guess, because the Reign of Hate kind of started once not from here. No, this is like it was way later, season 2. But it ultimately was when she had her glow up. She kind of ignored the fact that she was kidnapped before, and she started acting differently because she was trying to appeal to more people and expand her social circle.
Here's the thing I can say for this and this stupid thing. Just in the situation of Felix just using that, I feel like he's just using Stockholm Syndrome and the way to work it for him, I guess. I don't even know. Like it was to do with that. Like, he made sure that he was actually nice, explained his motivations, and they were on the same page, and he made it very clear he wasn't trying to harm anyone else. And Reina eventually agreed willingly to partake in the experiment, and that was the idea, which is why she didn't immediately report him as soon as she was set free. Yeah, that was the thing, and then of course people end up blaming the victim at the time. That's a whole other issue. But I'm wondering, it's because like her attitude changed after that, is what kind of sparked a lot of the hatred for her, which means that I guess, in a weird way, maybe like her not being allowed to be a tryhard at this point because of nervousness of the VA and all that stuff actually might have worked to her advantage. Oof.
Except for because the one person who said that that her Reina hate came from season 1 was Monet, who never went into too much detail about the reasons why specifically. But I would, if I would hazard a guess, I would say that because Monet looks much more deeply into shows and characters than the average person, which might be why she dug out those particular issues. So who knows? Maybe people just don't like people who are trying too hard to please everyone, which I can understand why that would be the case. But the thing is that Rey doesn't know that she's doing people harm until later, which is part of like what she's supposed to learn to do. Again, got to give the side characters something to evolve through.
Well, sign me up. This should be easy.
It wasn't. Supposedly he's still there to this day, giving his name to the Sisyphean task, ones that are both laborious and futile.
Fantastic! You've brought a tear to my eye.
That is more realistic, student clapping, to be fair to Aiden.
Come on then, who's next?
You just cut from that. Like, who's next? Mal.
Well, it looks like we have Thespian in the group now.
You mean a thespian?
Look, I need
Again, can't fix those sometimes.
to do well in this stupid subject. The better I do, the better my grade.
You know what I reckon? Mrs. Dysart should have been a drama teacher. I think it's her secret calling.
Epic foreshadowing.
What do you think, Moina?
Yep.
What are you looking at?
Nice job, Sisyphus. Let me know when your next screenplay is published.
Oh, come on, Pop.
And that's
We all
the
had to do
reason why-
something.
Marwick and I didn't. You know how the game works, Terry. You've been with us for long enough. Tell me, with all honesty, if this nerdy stuff was enjoyable to you.
I didn't tell Miller to do like the whole retching. There was like enjoyable. Like you actually had fun doing schoolwork. It's those details that I do like to include. And to be fair to her, there were a lot of other takes that were just regular ones, which is a different style to what BB does, where everything ends up being ad-libbed and somewhat like stuttered as well. There's a few times where she'll just go, which myth did you pick? I feel like I'm recording with Justin Roiland or something, which...
Please don't bring him up!
Yeah, I was going to say, given recent news, that's probably a good thing to not be recording with him, but
Yeah,
oh well.
maybe not bring him up after certain things. Please.
Oh, hey, being multiplayer super difficult with him. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, that is true. I did have to ask you to do retakes yourself, but yeah, yours were a lot less pronounced. Apart from Hermes, you know, again, that was I can't feel like saying Herms does not work for the group of messages and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah, and Akira finally got that voice down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, again, not like Brian has a huge stage presence in the first place, but yeah, as far as interpretations go,
I blame more
so-
Aiden of that because he's the one who
Well,
even
no.
got him in, I think.
Well, no, he's not. This was Brian was presenting in the original.
Yeah, but I mean, like the voice acting of Akira doing the Ryan voice in here, because
well, I mean, not yeah. I was gonna say not quite. Yes and no, because a while ago, the reason that Aiden even met Akira in the first place was because he made that announcement about like helping out other people with stuff who trying to get into voice acting, and yeah, that's why he ended up introducing him to me, and then he realized who I was and everything.
Yeah.
But then we didn't really speak too much after that. I don't think Aiden spoke to him too much after that either. But
I think just
then, yeah. But then he actually did his I did some I finally got to it into some voice acting and he talked about two things in there. And I was like, hang on a second. You, sir, have been in Fallen Angels before. You did not mention your gacha experience. But it just turns out because it's a couple projects that came out recently, the ones you wanted to talk about. Makes sense, really.
I mean, both of the projects one of the projects he showed off was a Minecraft thing when he was doing a video recently about stuff he's been in.
I think that's both Minecraft things. But yeah.
No, one of them was an anime thing, I think.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, so that was so that was why he didn't mention Fallen Angels. I guess there's not too much to say about DJ Blake in a video. DJ, whatever he ended up being calling himself, because it wasn't DJ Blake. Yeah, I mean that's whatever. But that got me because he like replied to my comment about that. I then thought, wait a minute, I'm looking for a bunch of new voice actors who haven't like sent in their lines and such. And this episode, another issue with episodes 4 and 5 is that they have the most. Episode 5 has the most characters out of all of them. It's the mid-season climax. So everyone kind of returns for their thing. The only person who doesn't really speak, who's spoken before, is Liam, who has the exact same voice as Brian, so same issue applies. Yeah. And so that, well, since I need to cast a bunch of emergency voice actors and he's looking for other stuff to be in, put him in the show.
Yep.
Yeah. There we go.
Anytime we need to line up Liam O'Brien voice actor, just go to him.
Oh yeah. Once I assign someone else, yeah. Teg is picking the official VA as Monet, but that's exactly the reason I had to replace it, because Monet's not around too much anymore. So yeah, it does depend. But yeah, that was. I probably will go to him often for Liam and Brian. Again, implying that Liam and Brian speak often, which they don't. Anyway. Sorry, I'm going to.
Why am I tired?
Why are you tired? Because we've been.
Hours.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been going on for almost 4 hours. We need to get this done over quick.
Look, last year we went up to 6. We won't do that this year. We're going to finish that way sooner because it's less of us.
Last time we get it done in like 4 or 5, probably like 4.5.
No, it wasn't.
Okay then. Everyone, finish your snacks. I've still got my torture to go through.
How can she? Why does anyone hang around with that snake?
Honestly, I don't get it. She looks like the stereotypical popular girl, but no one else in the entire school is stupid enough to think that she actually is.
Which is why she grasps at a small social circle and constantly does control what they do and wear and have and act like.
Sounds like those three were just desperate for a friendship group. Or at the very least, someone to keep them company. What is it?
Something happened.
I have no idea what you're
Lucinda.
talking about. Marwick and I just have a little surprise. That's all.
Bravo, Group 3! I'm glad
The claps were also improvised by Blackjack, but again, Aiden was able to
to see
account.
how well you know Orpheus' tale in the underworld.
And if anyone's any doubt as to who's the better Mrs. Dysart for the mutant girl, this line will set your mind at ease.
I guess you could have gone deeper with your research.
God, I've missed editing her like that. It was originally just because I had to do something with Mrs. Dysart on screen, and it's back. I love that.
Yeah.
I hope that Julius didn't do all the work.
Actually, about that.
Last but not least, Group 4 with the monstrous tale of
Give it a timing this
Medusa.
I keep hearing other My Street music and just thinking.
You've all heard.
Epidemic sound, epidemic sound.
Hey, that was my first ever investment for this series. Right at the beginning, I got Epidemic Sound.
About Medusa in some way or
money for
another.
that
You
still.
know about the snakes in her hair and the glance that would turn anyone into stone should they look her in the eye. But here's the side that
Again, I learnt masking, so I could do this.
you don't know.
Medusa is one of the 3 Gorgon sisters who lived at the edge of the world.
Oh, this was Aiden's idea, by the way, to have more visuals and costumes in the presentation itself. I guess accounting for the fact that it's not too high production in comparison to the Sisyphus one.
She attracted the attention of Poseidon, god of the sea.
That being said, I would have rather that they didn't go to the beach sooner. I know there's Poseidon god of the sea, but Gosling Pier being a beach setting kind of is undermined a little bit, but anyway.
Yeah,
Despite being
hopefully
sworn
when we
into
come out with 6, we can get at least some sort of different background for Gosling Pier.
Got that pun and giggle. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep Blackjack on that character.
Lepsia, as a priestess of Athena, the two eventually fell in love.
Medusa, I wooed thee with all my passion, as wildly as the sea itself upon which I reign.
I just noticed this actually. The armbands that Marwick has, the same ones that Morwenna wears previously. Maybe she just kind of lent them to him.
Oh, Poseidon, lord of the sea, how I've longed for thy tender embrace, dragging me down into the watery world. Land walkers know not. Show me the depths of thy domain, as thou hast shown me the depths of thy passion.
Thy domain as thou hast. So not entirely out of the mispronunciations, but closer.
But my love.
I mean, that children, what do you expect?
Kiss me, you fool!
And this is where Aiden messed up because he didn't know about the whole teasing thing. Again, this is the big flaw of season 1 remakes, is the fact that because I was the only one editing, I did what Aiden does now in his scripts. I didn't actually describe in so much detail all the scene directions, all the little things that come into it.
That's one thing that I think could help a lot. Is putting the scene directions in for the editors mainly.
Well, yeah, I do that nowadays because I'm just used to working with other people. So yes, but back then I was like, okay, well, I know exactly what I was aiming for in this scene, so I get what he's saying really. Whenever I point out to him that, yeah, some of the things that, not going into detail, it won't matter too much for him. He used to say that before he got editors as well, and then nowadays I do my scene directions for him, but it just get ignored. But well.
He just doesn't.
Not in this case. It was just because there wasn't anything there, so I didn't know about my whole plan of teasing them, inching together, and and almost kissing. Well. By the way, Mrs. Dysart, the way Mrs. Dysart said they teach to my island with the context of fallen angels, she'll not be hugging out being rescued from Abraxas' ball. I guess, yeah. Yeah, that'd probably be way more serious anyway, but yeah. Oh, hold on. Just my mouse again.
Of course, it wasn't meant to last. Athena found Medusa and punished her for her action, turning her into the snake-haired monster that everyone now wanted to slay.
The snake-haired monster, the visual that Aiden was so happy that Gacha Club added for eventually the remakes, was on screen for a total of 1 second.
Yeah.
A perfectly healthy and normal...
Oh, okay, here it is again. Okay, here it is again. Fine. All right, then.
Okay.
You call it funny talking? Yeah, funny talking, silly voices, that kind of thing.
Looking woman transfigured and tormented for the rest of her life.
What the hell was that
What is-
sound?
I'm pretty sure that Nova has pets or something. I don't
Why
know.
was it not cut out?
There were where would I put the cut? Just like in the like having the line being undercut by like pure silence in the middle of a sentence.
No, I think Pop
This
cut
so-
it intermittently.
I don't know. For a school presentation, that kind of mistake, honestly. Yeah, why not? Not that they're master editors themselves.
This is not what we agreed on.
Oh? And what did we agree on, Pop?
We agreed that she would do a normal PowerPoint with a bunch of facts, not this high production nonsense.
She would do it? Pop, are you saying you did none of the work?
No, miss, I did.
We were at your house, Pop. How could you not know this was the plan?
You traitor. I...
Enough! Morwen and Marwick, full marks. Miss Josephine, stay behind after class.
We're almost done.
Welcome home, sweet cheeks.
Hey, Dad.
Whoa, you sound cheerful. What happened at school today?
A personal victory?
Sounds like something worth celebrating. Listen, Dad tells me you still like going to Gosling Pier. Do you want to go there again on Saturday?
Hesitation, because of course we know there's a rift between them now. Finally.
Yeah, sure.
Really? Wow. It must have been a great day.
Oh, you have no idea.
Finally, we're done! Yes! Yes! Also, my background's barely visible in front of my VTuber. I'm gonna be using this thing throughout streams from now on, so yeah. Anyways, we're finally done.
And there we go. 4 years of the Mutant Girl.
4 years later, and we're
Yeah.
still here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait till next year. I can say, like, 5 years later. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
full
can unironically
decade
say
of it.
4 more years now for this. 4 more years. 4 more years. Absolutely. Also, have my parents helped with the presentation? Yeah, that was a good choice by Aiden. And one that he took accountability for because he did that scene himself. Yeah, you're lucky you aren't one of those camp-based soldiers. Otherwise, she would tie up and interrogate you. Oh yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, about that. Oh,
Then again, a lot of people would love if she had the cyanide pill like those camp-based soldiers, but we don't talk about that.
Okay.
What the?
What is Josh laughing about?
Oh, the 4 more years chart I had.
Oh, right. 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years.
Yep, you get to be in kindergarten now. If you were a baby, you would currently look like this. There you go.
I'm just
so
messing with my VTuber thing because it's so fun to mess around with.
yeah, remake still not perfect, but by goodness, is it an improvement?
It's
and
so much
I'm
better than the original.
Yeah, I'm very happy with how it went like now. There are a few things in here as like a few visual details that I need to remember next year for when my perfectionist self ends up coming back to episode 6. Just to mention, just maybe like go over the scenes a bit. Just
Make
be like,
sure
okay,
Aiden
here's
doesn't screw anything up.
Well, here's the clues. Yeah, well, hopefully it won't be just Aiden next year. It will be, or Aiden you. It'll be like, yeah, exactly. That's probably why I want to do like that editor advert, which I guess I'll be doing eventually.
Probably.
And again, I would love to take a break tomorrow and actually, have a day off at last.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Anyways, I'm gonna go probably stream me playing Bed Wars on my own now or do something at least. So I'll talk to you later.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. All right.
And everyone, leave a like or dislike because your opinion matters. I'm stealing your outro now, Jacob.
Hey, you know what? At least you did it accurately. At least the first part.
Yep.
So I didn't think we were ever gonna have the series before Zod. I didn't think so either. Like, part of me, like when I like back of my head was like, oh wow, this is gonna be a long running show or something. I wonder how long a gacha show has been running on for ages and stuff like that. But then
Yeah.
eventually season 2 came along, and I was like, huh, nothing has
This
gone on
ran
this
for like
long, has
3
it?
years.
But yeah, that was actually Mutant Girl's been like the longest running gacha series since like its like first year and a half of existing, and it just kind of
Yeah,
like
like,
kept it there ever
it's
since
a very
ever
weird
since
thing, 'cause, like, gacha,
it's been
like usually when it comes to gacha stuff, there's never really like proper long running series, but here it's like production time just counts it alone for the longest running gacha series ever, and like
yeah.
how long it's been going on is like insane to me because not only does it hold that achievement, but it also holds the achievement for the first voice acted gacha series.
I mean, yeah. Again, if you don't count like like a couple episodes here and there for some other people or Afmau's old skits, but they're not really a series. But
They're more
yeah,
just like skits and also not even gacha properly. They're more like parodies, but like actual full proper gacha voice acted series, like voice acting all throughout. It's like very weird. Yeah, I know some people like did some skits. I probably like clipped some different things before this, but like that wasn't like voice acted by people in the production. That was just like outsourced clips. However,
yeah,
this covers like the first proper voice acted thing ever. So yeah. In gacha history. So yeah. Hopefully one day you'll earn your place in gacha culture as the first voice as the guy who started voice acting gacha before it was cool.
I did do that, yes.
Yes, because
Yes,
I think everyone refers to Rosa Closey as the first animated gacha voice acted project person, but that's not true at all.
Well,
In
actually,
fact,
yeah. Well, yeah. A few people know of Sapphire Wings, which is what drew me to that series in the first place. But even Sapphire Wings is actually a month younger than the Mutant Girl, so
yeah. And also, to be fair, I'm pretty sure I think Rosa Closing comes to terms with like the people who've done voice acted gacha series. I think she's like the third or fourth. Probably the fourth.
I mean, who knows? Because yeah, the gacha voice acting. I remember that it started to it started to really take off like around like February, and then exploded after April in 2020. That is.
Yeah, when Music Freeze came out.
Yeah, exactly. So there were a few people who might have got onto it before, but then again, most of those series got cancelled before they even started. So
the only ones that are still ongoing are this and the Guardians.
That's another thing that I love about. That's another thing I love about the Mutant Girl. Actually, is the fact that it hasn't been cancelled. It didn't succumb to the same fate as all of those other gachas that have come about.
To be fair, same goes with the Guardians, but even then, it's like it definitely has gone through a lot of changes over time.
Yeah, the Guardians end up having like a year or so ish hiatus, and then came back stronger and faster than ever.
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's actually
the Mutant Girl though has always been kind of like a weird scheduling issue. There's just no proper schedule. To be fair, with most
actually, it
used to.
Stuff, it used to have a schedule. It used to come out once a month, but of course, because of that, you saw the results where I wasn't able to really hone in a lot of the things. And I was running out of time for stuff, allowed lines to slip, edits to be wrong.
At least giving yourself like at least 2 to 3 months instead of 1, and like that kind of situation helps a bit better.
Yeah, which I tried for the remake actually. 2 to 3 months. It just ended up. I guess I didn't account for the fact that I'm remaking 2 episodes. Should have given myself 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd much rather spend my time working on the actual continuation, because again, it's no good being a long running show if you're not going to keep on with the original thing running through. So
yeah, I probably should at least like give yourself a bit of time to work on the original.
Yeah, as much as I somewhat resent these remakes for taking so long and everything, they clearly get the buzz. People clearly enjoy them. They'll help out the show in the long run. They'll get it new exposure. They'll get me some good old watch hours, and they get people talking about the Mutant Girl again.
They make people think that the Mutant Girl is higher quality than it was originally.
Yes. So all of those things, I have to say they are beneficial, and they are a really good way to celebrate anniversaries, of which there have now been 4. So thank you everyone once again. And yes, 4 more years, absolutely. If you will stay
4
on
more
for as long as
years
that
of
is, that's
run.
brilliant.
If we can
Yeah,
make it
I'd
to a
love to.
decade before any of us die, then
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. All
We
right.
have to wait till like 2029. A few
That's-
more, 6 more years to go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant for the decade. I thought you meant if like for one of us dies. I was like, well, okay, let's not start predicting that. I mean, this is a stream. If I say something if I predict something out loud, it's gonna come true. So I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm not touching
That
that.
always seems to how it goes.
Exactly. So yeah, I am saying nothing at all on that subject. But yeah.
All right.
Also,
Yay.
yeah, Fallen Angels was July 2020, I think. So it is going to be turning 3 in a few months. That's your that's answer to Josh's question. April 4th, 2021 is for a Ghost Girl episode. I gotta get reviewing Ghost Girl actually, because I said before I was gonna take a look at those beforehand. Or who knows, maybe you could do a remake of your own at some point. If you want voice actors, let me know, and I'll be sure to send lines in faster than people send them to me. Okie dokie. And like that, it is now time to go. Enjoy your Bed Wars, enjoy St. Patrick's Day, and I'm gonna enjoy existing and relaxing for once. So thanks everyone. Please leave a like or
Existing
dislike
is fun.
Yeah, because your opinion
Yeah.
matters. And subscribe if you've done so already. And subscribe to William as well. And
Yeah, I
Tracy
exist
and
as a
Emily.
person who I need to fix my upload schedule. I seem to upload every once a month at this point, or more. I mostly do streams though, which, by the way, tune into my channel so you can see me losing constantly at Bed Wars.
Oh, good point. Yeah, you're about to stream Bed Wars, aren't you? Yeah, go over to William's channel now, William YT, and then type that into YouTube, and then watch the Bed Wars
I've
stream.
also changed my stream layout again for this current stream, so yeah. Hope you all have a good day.
All right.
I'm gonna turn off my OBS now so I can turn on Streamlabs.
Absolutely. All right, then. Thank you all for 4 years. And on that note, until next time.